I met Nate, my memory's terrible, probably 2008, 2009 at a PWP show. And I remember watching him work and was really impressed with what he did. And, went up, got to talk to him for like 3 minutes, bought a Dangerous J t-shirt. And he and I had both worked for gamers at different times in our lives and both agreed that job sucked. But honestly, just added him on Facebook and kind of went back and forth every so often, would see him before shows, tried my hand at the training thing at a Jerry Lynn seminar that Jerry Lynn didn't show up on time for. So got to roll around with Nate, Mark Sterling, Eric Cannon, Showtime Darian Sanders a little bit. So it was first real push into this world. I remember getting the wind knocked out of me, having to go breathe for a little bit, and when I came back, they just kind of just like, "You going back?" And I was like, yeah, I am. So went back in and finished up. It was surreal, Wrestling was something I always liked as a kid, as a preteen and early teens, but it was never something that I felt myself wanting to pursue, as it were. But my little brother was a huge fan. So I went into it with the mentality of like, hey, if I do this training, if I learn, maybe it'll encourage him to do it and he can live his dream. So I kept looking for opportunities to go back and kept going to PWP shows, and eventually, I never know why, but Nate and I were talking one day and he told me about a promotion he'd already run a few shows for, but was trying to take more seriously, Magnum Pro. And he asked me if I wanted to be a part of it, which I don't know what he saw, but met even more incredible people, got to make more friendships and brotherhoods and learn more from a man that I knew I would never be finished learning from, because that's who he was. He was always learning himself. Like, you could say a lot of things about Jaysin Strife, but he was never complacent. He was never, it was never good enough for him. He was always going to get better, which is ridiculous when you consider that he was the best, like, already. Jaysin Strife is a lot of your favorite wrestler's favorite wrestler, He was my favorite wrestler. I'd like to think he was my friend. Boss, all the love and respect in the world for you. Love you.
So, I originally started off just being a fan of independent wrestling, watching WWE and things like that. And then when I found out that it was local, hitting up PWP, Magnum, and the first dude that I saw that really stuck out, Jaysin Strife. I see that guy, I'm like, wow. Between everybody here, I'm impressed, but for some reason I look at him and I think this guy's, he's got something about him. So I continue to go to these shows and I'm like, I want to do this. I ask people around, how do I get into this? They're like, you got to learn how to fall down. So I look around, I'm trying to find how to do it, and it turns out I'm going to these Magnum shows and they hold a camp before the shows. So I reach out to Nate, ask him if I can get in on this. He's like, yeah, man, show up, help me set up the ring. We're going to get something popping. This is the first time that I actually get a chance to meet the man. Like, I've been watching him. I'm like literally marking out. I'm a fan for this guy. And I'm like, all right, he's right here in front of me now. Starts talking to me. And then I'm like, man, this guy's a jerk. I'm like, but it's a difference between just being a jerk. It's more the fact that he's brutally honest with everything. I come in and I'm trying to follow. He's like, no, kid, nope. This is how we do it. Look at me. And that's the thing that I appreciate. One of the things that I appreciate the most about him, because the fact is that I feel like he wanted to help me be better. It's not, and it wasn't anything personal for him. It's the fact that he literally wanted to help people. If he saw something in you, he's going to help you emphasize on that. So then going from the training camps before the shows, when they opened up the school, I was the first in line. I was ready to go. So now we're coming to these training classes, and I get to know Nate more and more every day. And I'm still like, wow, this guy's a jerk. but I love him. He's like the brother that you want to punch every time that you see him, but you also want to hug him at the same time, like literally every time. And he was always brutally honest with me. And he never BS'd me ever. And I can't appreciate that enough. He got me into this from day one. I came into the wrestle school, into the dojo that we had. And I'm doing my thing. He's like, you know what, man? You kind of look like Barack Obama, but your traps, dude. You like, I got it. Barack Lesnar. And I'm like, dude, no, I can't be Barack Lesnar. He's like, no, bro, I'm sorry. You are Barack Lesnar. And just every time that we're together, it's just clowning. But the fact is that he would still push me every single time. Every time, like for my first year or two of wrestling, there was never a time that I came back and he was like, hey, great match, kid. Instead, it was like, yo, sit down. Why are you going so fast? Slow down. Think about what you're doing. He's not just sitting there saying, hey, you did great. No, instead, he actually tried to help me. If you're sitting there messing up on a math test and your teacher keeps on telling you, oh, no, you're doing fine. No, help somebody. And that's what he did every single time. He didn't cut any corners with anything. It was amazing. It was crazy. So then after making it through wrestling school, my first match in front of any kind of live crowd, they post all the flyers. I came up with Jameson McGregor. I came up with Brixton. We're all trained together, and then we get our first matches together the same night. Everybody's on their poster, and then he didn't even tell me this. He just posted it. It's Nino Hatchet versus Jaysin Strife. And I instantly heart drop because I'm like, dude, I got to go against Strife. Like, I'm proud the fact that he would give me that match, but at the same time, I'm like crapping my pants because I'm like, dude, this is Strife. You're putting me in the ring with you first night? Okay. So I'm sitting there in the back kind of pacing, and then he lets me know, like, this isn't for all the fans. This is cut kayfabe a little bit, but he says, you're going up, kid. I'm like, what? Yeah, what's your finish? Tell him what my stuff is. Cool. And now I'm even freaking out even more because he's telling me that I'm going up, and I'm like, yes, okay. So we get out there. He's like, hook your finish. So I hook him, and then boom, he hits me with the elbow. He's like, take the wizard. And I'm like, oh. So I just drop down. He comes, boom, hits me 1, 2, 3, time to go home, which was almost a relief just because I was like, am I gonna mess this up somehow? But and it was like the best thing ever. So always, every time we're in the locker room, there's some type of rib. He's hitting it just consistently. It was the best thing ever. Being on the road with him, like we would tell so many stories just back and forth. And like the greatest thing is like, I didn't always appreciate it so much back then, but I miss it now. It's just like every time that I would step into the locker room, we'd hop in the car. It was always like, shut the hell up, Garrett, because we would just have all these crazy stories back and forth. We're always just telling so much bull stuff, and I might take it a little bit too far, and Nate would be the one to be like, Garrett, shut up. And now, like, so much I want to hear it now. Like, I've never wanted to hear somebody tell me shut the hell up so much as I want it right now.
Hey, Garrett, shut the hell up.
Thank you, Danny. So it's just one of those things, man. Like, and it sucks so much because like me and him, Brixton, Jameson, we would like message each other every single day, like for months, for the past year and a half, we were just sitting there messaging each other all the time. Like anytime we'd watch a dope match or something like that, we're just going back and forth. And I can't even message him anymore. It's gone. And I still have my freaking Facebook group chat messages, stuff that we had, and the freaking thread is I don't know. I don't like looking at it now. I hate the fact that I'm sitting here in front of this camera right now doing this, but at the same time, it has to be done. It doesn't have to be done. He deserves this. He deserves this tribute because he's an amazing man. But I'm sitting here thinking about it dude, just last month, we're sitting there BSing, talking about posting different matches, going back and forth, and now I just miss him, and the world got a gift by having him here. He did so much. So many people have said, within the Midwest, within the United States, shoot, he's been to Europe. People got to witness Jaysin Strife, Nathan Blodgett. He was a gift to us all. There's so many people that wouldn't be where they are today if it wasn't for him. My first time ever, when I was a kid, all I did was watch WWE. I wanted to be a superstar. He gave me that chance. He got me hooked up with someone so that I could work as an extra for WWE, and he was right there with me the first time, holding my hand almost, telling me, Garrett, don't say anything that you say when we're on the road, typically. He's this is the E, chill out, bring it down. He had to rein me in so many times. We were sitting in catering just talking. He was like, Garrett, that's Molly Holly right there. Stop. And I'm he always kept me in check. Always kept me in check because I'm the stupid one. And I need him now because, if I ever get into another situation, I go to a brand new locker room, he was always there to tell me to shut the hell up. And now, I don't know. I definitely need him. And it's going to be tough doing this without him because he's the one that put me where I am now. And he gave my life a different meaning. I'm a father and I'm a husband, and those things are they're the most important things to me. But for my free time, my hobbies, the things that I actually cherish and things, he gave me a new meaning in that aspect of my life. And I can't thank him enough for that. I love you, Strife, and I appreciate you. Thanks, Nate, man.
Meet teacher.
You want a spot on the main show? You're gonna earn it from the OG himself.
I do not envy Nino Hatchet at all right now. Because if there is one person in this world that is not going to take it easy on you, it is your teacher.
Now I got a feeling Jaysin Strife, once again, is about to stop, drop, shut him down,
and open up shop.
Oh, no. Because that's how Jaysin Strife rolls.
We're so white. My God.
You know, it's funny you say that. The Coalition told me the exact same thing before the show.
That we're white?
Just that I'm white.
Yeah.
I was showing him a couple of bars.
Oh. I see what you're saying. Look at Nino's got a little bit of attitude on his face right now. He might want to wipe off before Strife sees it.
Let's not pretend like he didn't pick up that attitude from the man he's about to battle with.
You're not entirely wrong. Look, I saw these two earlier just jack-jawing at each other.
Oh, I'll give Nino that. The man has no fear. He is definitely out on the road right now, just writing checks.
Let's just hope his ass can cash him.
Woo.
We will find out here shortly.
I think Jaysin Strife's about to put him in check.
Oh, Lord.
But let's just be real for a second, though. Could you imagine if Nino Hatchet pulls off this upset tonight?
Oh, God.
Pinning former Magnum Pro champion?
That would be...
Jaysin Strife?
Ooh. Oh, man. You don't run your mouth to the boss, kid. Be careful. Come on. I think my favorite part about this is Jaysin Strife does not care. Nino Hatch is over there shouting, telling him to get going, and Jaysin Strife is like, I will go when I want to.
Oh, I guarantee you Jaysin Strife is already in this man's head. I mean, he knows everything about him.
Oh.
You can see it right there.
Step into, oh, God.
the look on Jaysin Strife's face right now. Careful, man. Careful what you ask for.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Here we go. Collar and elbow tie up. Student versus teacher. Here, Nino here. I mean, I will give Nino this. Nino is a strong man, impressive
Absolutely.
physique. Looks like $1 million. Puts the time in the ring. Puts the time in the dojo, in the gym. He definitely has the right attitude and work ethic to be successful in professional wrestling. But it's that attitude.
I don't know that this is... Oh, God. This kid's going to get that grill knocked square out of his mouth if he ain't careful.
Jaysin Strife here, having fun. Getting the Magnum militia fired up. I don't know if I like the strategy early here for Nino. I don't know if Jaysin Strife is the guy you wanna try to out wrestle here tonight.
Absolutely not.
And already right away,
Absolutely
Jaysin
not.
Strife shoots in, takes that nice single leg crab, and already Nino Hatchet is in trouble here.
And we know enough about Jaysin Strife to know that once he gets that body part focused in on, like, he's going to be on you for the rest of the match.
Jaysin Strife, a student of the game, been all over the country. Mr. 205 Live. He is well-traveled. And at this point in his career, he has forgotten more about professional wrestling than Nino Hatchet's ever known.
Facts. Hashtag facts. Man, that kid's still running his mouth.
He is. I'll give it to him. He's got no fear.
That's true.
Kid's got heart. He's got traps for days, too.
He does. He really does.
There you go. Sinking in. That headlock on his teacher, on his boss. You ever want to walk into work and put your boss in a headlock?
Numerous days.
I don't know. I mean, shoot, I might be rooting for Hatchet here tonight.
I just don't think I have the capability to do so. Wait. My boss is a 60-some-year-old man. I totally could do it.
If you're watching, you might want to take Monday off. There, Nino Hatchet
See you
here,
Monday, boss.
making some fancy early.
I gotta say, Nino Hatchet is already putting up more of a fight than I thought he would. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Until you run into that size 11 boot from the dropkick of Jaysin Strife.
Thought the boot was bad. Just wait for the Shining Wizard.
Oh, the Shining Wizard. This kid's not going to remember his first match.
That's coming. He's gonna Pele kick his head right off.
I heard Omar's coming too.
Oh, that chop! Did you hear it? I heard it. Oh, who did you say was coming?
Hey, Dan.
What? I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm going back to this matchup.
It's
God.
a dated reference.
Jaysin Strife with the elbow.
Strife with that beautiful snapping elbow drop. You notice what Jaysin Strife did there, Daisy? Hooked the leg.
He did, because he knows.
Got to get that leverage.
That's what is done.
You're just Strifey. I'm seeing some frustration, a little aggression in his face here. I don't know.
I think he's annoyed.
Maybe a little bit.
Straight up annoyed right now.
You just gotta wonder, is Jaysin Strife proud at the same time? I mean,
Oh,
all
he has to
all
be.
the hours he put in
absolutely has
getting
to
this
be.
man ready for this moment.
Yeah.
Jaysin Strife here, looking for those traditional 10 punches, but no, Nino, what a counter!
Look, I have seen a good number of Nino Hatchet matchups at the Patreon party, but Nino is bringing a different kind of energy than I have ever seen out of him here tonight.
Hey, the lights are bright, the crowd is live, they are loud.
Oh, come on, look at that.
Nino Hatchet here is taking complete control of Jaysin Strife, and this kid might be cruising to the biggest upset in Magnum Pro history right now. Go, young man. Nino coming in with a vicious European uppercut, now driving those shoulders into the stomach of Jaysin Strife.
Strife is definitely looking a little worse for what? My God.
The intensity Nino Hatchet's brought to this match.
He just folded Strife in half with that shoulder.
Oh, maybe you were talking earlier. Jaysin Strife he was having fun out here. He was just feeling the crowd. I think maybe he's underestimated his own student here in Nino Hatchet.
You might be onto something. But it looks like the boss might be getting charged back up. Oh!
Saw his whole expression change on those clubs.
You do. Every time it happens.
And now Jaysin Strife firing back with those hard knife edge chops. A lot of mass to work over on Nino Hatchet.
The teacher's got another lesson to give.
Big running clothesline in the corner. And now Jaysin Strife here looks like he's about to take back control of this match. And some Nino chants from the crowd here. Young man's been making an impression at the Patreon tapings.
Well, he's impressed me, and it seems like the crowd he has as well.
It's kind of the look in Jaysin Strife eye. That's what I'm watching right now, his facial expression. And Jaysin Strife is getting a lot more here than I think he planned on.
I think so too.
Oh, what a hard whip into the buckle.
I mean, he's getting a lot more than I thought he was going to be given. That's for damn sure.
Nino Hatchet here, impressive debut.
This might be his first time on the main show, but I can definitely tell you it will not be the last time we see Nino Hatchet. My God.
You didn't know who he was before he walked out here. You definitely are after this bell rings.
You gonna learn.
We'll learn today for sure.
Dragging Strife up by the hair.
You gotta wonder how long Nino's been wanting to do this too.
Right?
I mean, I remember my days in training and just getting beaten to a pulp every day by my trainer.
And then if you were thrown into a main show matchup with your trainer, think of all the things you would have done.
Oh, there's got to be a lot of pent-up aggression in Nino Hatchet right now.
Oh, it was so close.
Might have been a little cocky on that pin there.
Oh,
looking to win this.
I'm almost cheered for the kid at this point. What the hell?
I mean, Jaysin Strife signs my paycheck, so go Jaysin Strife, but yeah. Oh, now the boss firing up here. Big spinning back elbow.
Have been charged.
There, Jaysin Strife starting to feel it here.
Oh, God, here he goes.
Looking for that brain buster. Oh, no.
Oh.
Folds him out flat instead. Oh! Jaysin Strife just with a toe kick right between the eyes.
Oh, God.
DDT. Nino Hatchet, thanks for coming. Whoa.
Whoa.
Two. Was that two?
He got his shoulder up.
Jaysin Strife, he is shocked right now. Student versus teacher here, and the student came to play.
My goodness.
Nino not done.
Oh no, oh no!
Oh, what a pump knee.
Still.
I don't know if Jaysin Strife's proud or frustrated right now. He taught this kid never to quit, but to his own detriment right now.
But now he's like, please, would you?
Jaysin Strife firing off with those forearms. Nino Hatchet not going down. Welcome to the show, kid.
Oh my God!
What a slam! 1, 2. The frustration in Nino Hatchet's eyes right now.
Holy cow!
We were a millisecond away from the biggest upset I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
Nino Hatchet right here. Oh, looking for that STO. No. Jaysin Strife fighting back. Elbows to the side of the head, to the temple of Nino Hatchet. Oh, and a Strife knee right between the eyes.
And Strife's legs are the most dangerous parts of that, man. You don't want anything to do with them.
So,
here we go.
Oh, Shining Wizard.
That's it. That's the finale. Shining Wizard. Shining Wizard to take the teacher above the student, but my God, did Nino Hatchet put up one hell of a fight.
What a showing. Mark it right now. Here we are at Stocks and Bonds. Silent Night, Violent Night. Nino Hatchet is going to be a name in Magnum Pro.
Wow.
Actually, a crazy story. So I met Strife via Facebook. He was promoting a show for September Fest, and I happened to work for a different company, and I really wanted to jump over into Magnum. I'd been offered before to come pop up at a show, but my loyalty was a little different back then. But he said, show up, we'll figure something out, show up. So, in my mindset, young kid, there's only one of me, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna do stuff that nobody else could do. And entered into a rumble and decided to be a little stupid in the middle of that rumble. Had some decent eliminations, but I decided when I get eliminated, I'm gonna make noise. I'm a big guy, and when I hit the ground, I make noise. And the thud I made on the ground, I actually connected eyes with him, and he just had that look of, Jesus. And I knew he liked it, but I didn't realize how much he liked it. And it really only took that show for him to say, you got something in you, and I want to see more of it. You're just not ready yet. I didn't like hearing that, but it definitely was a motivation to do more. One of the first pieces of advice he ever gave me was to stop clapping in the ring. There's we all call it the indie clap. You start a match off, you do. I wasn't that person. I did it before, but I stopped doing that because I thought it was cheesy. But I used to do this thing where before a clothesline or before something big, I would always do the move. And he looked at me, and his exact words after the match were, Khan, great match. Why the hell are you clapping? In my mind, I'm like, well, you clap, hey, I'm here. He was like, no, if you told the guy, do what you're supposed to do. If he doesn't duck, oh, well for him. I was like, that kind of makes sense. And there's only been one time after that where I've clapped, and immediately after doing it, as soon as I did the move, I literally yelled out, ah, damn it. Because I hear his voice saying things to me constantly in the ring. He's always said, slow down. You're a big guy. You don't have to move like the smaller guys. Make them look good by being strong. Breathe. Be you, but bigger. I remember a seminar he did. Three simple letters. Why? He did a why seminar. And I was confused at why he called it the why seminar. And then as he went down, his, ring psychology, your character, the type of gimmick you're doing, what you're wearing, you should be able to answer why it makes sense. And I kind of took that to heart because that was at a point in my wrestling life where I didn't really have a why. I was just doing it to do it. And then the why started to make sense with things. Even so much to fast forward to a very difficult time in my life where, I've survived 2 suicide attempts, and that was at a young age, at 15. Suicidal ideations popped back up in my life, and it was at a point where, in my life, in my eyes, I was top of my wrestling career. First black tag team champs, and he believed in us and the vision we had, and he mentioned to me in the back after a match, hey, next month we're doing suicide prevention, and I want you to tell your story. And he just walks away. How he knew, I have no idea, but he said, I want you to tell your story. I want you to get this out because I can tell, because you just don't seem like yourself. The fact that he always paid attention to those details in the ring and out of the ring, that's just something that I always look forward to. Thank you. Nate, thank you for believing not only in me, but in every single person that has a dream of entertaining people. I've seen you sacrifice your body regardless of your health. I've seen you entertain people regardless of how you felt mentally, emotionally, and it was truly inspiring. Out of every conversation we've ever had, you've always found a way to keep me going. You always found a way to steal the show. And you've touched the lives of so many people. The only thing I can do is try to make you proud. I love you and I miss you. Thank you.
I remember the first time I saw Jaysin Strife wrestle, and I was like, holy shit, that guy's f***ing good. And holy shit, that guy's f***ing cool. I want to do that. I want to be like that. So he was the first indie guy I ever looked up to, first indie guy I ever wanted to be like. And shortly after that, for whatever reason, he saw something in me and Duke and Got and took us under his wing and started traveling with them, and Donnie Pepper Cricket as well, and giving us extra training and coaching, and for me, much needed mentorship. And me and Nate were a lot alike, and so we butted heads. We didn't always get along. We didn't always agree. But at the end of the day, whatever bullshit it was, we always squashed it. And I remember him telling me once, very, very early on, no matter what, you're my guy. I got your back. And you always got a home with me. You always got a home here at Magnum. And that's stuck with me for a really long time. I remember the first time we ever wrestled. I had no idea I was wrestling him. I show up to the show and I find out, and I'm just like, I'm so excited. I'm so nervous. I'm so excited. Like, holy shit, I'm wrestling Strife. Like, this is going to be amazing. And very early on in the match, like maybe 5 minutes into the match, I do a crossbody off the top rope to the outside to him. And I come down chin first on top of his head. Instantly, I just see all this blood. And I grab the ref, and I'm like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, I just hurt Strife. I just split his head open. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna beat my ass. I'm dead. Like, this is not good. And I grab the ref. I'm like, hey, you gotta check on him. He's bleeding. His head split open. And the ref goes, nah, man, that's you. I can see your chin bone. So my chin is just split wide open. You can see the bone and everything. And me and Strife end up wrestling another 20, 25 minutes, it seems like. And get my chin super glued up afterwards. Underneath this beard, there's a nice scar there. And I remember at the time, like, I thought, like, maybe this scar will mean something someday. Sure enough, it does. I'm sorry, I haven't really let a whole lot of this out yet. I've been kind of avoiding this process. You know, me and Strife probably wrestled, I don't know, seems like 20, 30 times throughout my career. And every time was great. Every time it just seemed like it got better and better. And I can tell you what, I would give damn near anything to do it one more time. With where I am now, how good I'm doing, and how great he was, it mean everything to me. Just one more time. I always say this, and I always will. I would not be the professional wrestler I am today without Jaysin Strife. I would not be having the success I'm having today without Jaysin Strife. You did so much for me. I owe you so much. And as far as wrestling is concerned, in the ring, I'm going to carry on your legacy. And obviously I know the impact you had on me and all my friends, and now to see it as big as it is, I want to have that impact. Not only do I want to carry on your legacy in the ring, but the impact you had on the wrestling business. I want to do the things in wrestling that you should have done a long time ago. Accomplish the things that you should have done a long time ago. And I know no matter how far this wild ride takes me, going to be there with me every step of the way. I love you so much. Thank you for everything.
Here he is, folks. Jaysin Strife. Yes,
tired, man.
He hates Twitter as well.
He does.
Third match tonight.
He does. Although I have it on good authority that there is a Twitter under construction for him. He will not be running it. He apparently hired an assistant to do it for him. I don't really know.
You mean you? Are you going to run his Twitter account?
About.
You're going to end up running his Twitter
I don't know
account,
what
aren't
you're
you?
talking
Yeah. Was that hush hush? I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
These are just things that I have heard that are going to happen. I have it on good authority.
Anyway, folks, welcome back to the finals, Battle Royal Cup. I'm being called out in the Strife
For what?
on stream about me not, but sexy Santa thing. I don't know.
I told you not to mention it, and now look what you've done.
Well, it also doesn't help that the Hot Mess Express is calling me out for it. So, it's whatever.
You are their new honorary member.
As are you. We're both made honorary members tonight. No?
I play second fiddle to no.
Are you rejecting that offer?
I might be.
All right. Well, folks, like I said, we are in the finale of the 8 Guys 1 Cup Battle Royale Cup tournament tonight. Jay Fowler, Buns of Steel versus...
Man, even referee Drew was looking a little worse for wear after that matchup.
I know. Versus Jaysin Strife tonight. The winner, bragging rights for an entire year.
The following contest is the finals of the 2020 Magnum Pro Wrestling Battle Royal Cup. And is scheduled
Joe DeSanti, that is out of line.
Wow.
Strife's gonna beat the shit out of you. I hope you know that.
and his opponent, the Buns of Steel, Jay Fowler.
That's a straight shoot to you, Joe. Anyway, folks, this is going to be a barn burner. Like I said, both of these men are no stranger to each other in that ring. Have wrestled each other in this ring for years. Here we go, folks. The final of the Battle Royal Cup is underway.
I don't even have to play his music
Nope.
if he wins. I'll just let that guy.
Yep, just let it go. Now here, that's his new assistant. We found him. That's him, right there. And if it wasn't, it is now. I think it's probably safe to say that the half of this crowd just doesn't like Strife.
I think that's fair.
Yep. Well, like I said, folks, both of these sign of sportsmanship in the middle of the ring.
Look at that. Look at that. Man, it's only 9:18.
Oh!
Really fast.
Teddy Mercury, there's that slap to the butt you've been asking for. Yeah, I know Teddy Mercury's on tonight. Oh, did he though? He liked it.
Did he? Where'd he go? There he is.
He's walking it
He's
off.
walking a little
He's
funny
walking-
there. He's walking a little funny after that.
I don't know what to say about that. Hot. Thank you, Teddy Mercury. Oh, Lordy B.
It's nice to know that even when he's not here, Teddy Mercury can
Teddy Mercury,
make
Jack
those
Darling.
moments happen.
I mean, we have the freaking Underdickum, for God's sake.
It's true. Dead, and now he's on the live stream.
The dick has risen, as was said at
Don't say it again.
Yep.
Joey's not even here.
Yeah, I don't need
Come
to.
on, man.
All right, we're in action here.
This is
Get
a
a nice
professional
tie-up.
setting.
Well, not anymore. We've been talking about ding-dings and
I can't work
Pokeballs
under
all
these
night.
conditions.
Get used to it,
Yes, I
sister.
can.
And an alligator roll out of the ring. Tied up. Alligator roll out of the bottom rope, and they are just outside
They are
ringside.
like latched onto each other.
Like I said, both of these men extremely familiar with one each other. And I wonder what it's actually going to take for one of these guys to win this tonight.
Extremely familiar with each other, and
And another-
actually they have incredibly alike styles.
Yep. And another gator roll back to the center of the ring, and it's finally broken up. Wow.
Can't say I've ever seen that one before.
Like I said, these two are so evenly matched, and they have had many, many great matches over the years. Just adding another one to that list of great matches, hopefully tonight, in this, hopefully, great barn burner. Back to the center of the ring. Going back to a test of strength. Yep, test of strength, middle of the ring, shoulder to shoulder. Down to the knees.
God. Look at this. Look at how evenly matched up these guys are. Like,
And it's almost like a rugby match. Look at that. Buns of Steel up top, bringing it in.
oh,
It looks like Buns of Steel has won the strength match at this time, bringing Strife literally to his knees. Back up. Dragging Fowler to the corner,
oh man. Hey, what are you
going
doing?
up to the middle.
This looks
To the
like,
middle rope.
This looks like a silly idea.
Yep. Looking for the Strife looking for the high ground. Looks like he found it. Look at that extension
What
out
is
from the
the
middle
hell?
rope.
Oh!
Almost like a London Bridge fall there, and face first into the corner.
Can't say I've ever seen that one
nope.
before. These two men are just taking absolutely everything that the other one has left.
Yeah, that was a straight face plant out of the corner by Strife.
And we need to remind you that both of these men have already had two matches
Yep.
tonight.
And like I said, Strife took a couple of shots in his previous match. And Buns of Steel didn't have an easy path through
Damien
Saint either in
or
that second round
Cruz
matchup.
for that
Right.
matter.
Right, yeah, Levy Cruz did put up a fight in that first round matchup as well.
Another lock up here.
Hip up by Strife. Reversal. Twisting that. It's focusing on the wrist there. When they usually reverse like that, they usually focus right on that wrist.
What is Fowler getting ready for?
Well, the ladies love it. Here he goes. Hop. Let him go. Strife, let him go. Count one.
His kick pads are very sparkly. They're
Yes.
kind of blinding.
Yep. I believe that's a peach on his butt. Strife
It
got
is.
him down.
It
Yep.
definitely is.
Great ring smarts there by Strife. Knowing Fowler as well as he does, he usually jumps up in that doing some sort of hip toss.
And Jaysin Strife said, not today.
Called it, let
Not
him go,
today.
falling down. Strife has him locked up right up about that AC joint up under his shoulder. Just adding extra pressure up on that AC joint from the wrist. Get him back into the ropes.
Look at you naming joints. and
Hey,
stuff
you're
over
welcome.
here. Wow.
Yep.
When did you get your medical?
Nice hurricanrana and a spinneroonie and a drop kick.
I think I would have skipped the spinneroonie and stayed down if I was Fowler.
Yep. But like I said, this whole match, it'll cover 1, 2, and a kick out of 2. No, this whole matchup is just knowing each other so well.
Absolutely.
Like, Daisy, how would you, these two guys, what are you going to do it's not like they don't know each,
I don't know.
what,
Like, everything in their repertoire, the other one knows.
or has replicated at some point in their
Exactly.
career.
That's the problem. They've known each other so long, and they're so similar in their style that it's literally just going to be a battle of wills,
Yep.
I think.
Strife wrenching down on that neck of Fowler, center of the ring. Fowler taking Strife taking body shots from Fowler. Straight right hands to the gut.
And we also have to talk about what's at the end for both of these opponents. Like, yeah, they're winning the Battle Royal Cup, but Jay Fowler would be winning it after a year-long absence.
Yep. Strife for the cover after a spinning elbow. 1, 2.
Strife would be winning
Kick out at
it
2.
after losing it 2 different times.
Like I said, this-
even their reasoning, their encouragement for trying to win this matchup is pretty evenly based.
Yep. Like I said, folks, this is Strife's 3rd time in a BRC final match. Will 3rd time be the charm for Jaysin Strife tonight? But what a comeback story for Jay Fowler on the other side. Returning to Magnum Pro, winning an 8-man tournament.
I mean, returning to Magnum Pro and making it to the finals alone. But if he walks away with that cup, can you imagine?
Yeah, big knife edge chop to Fowler in the corner. Strife looking for support from the fans. Getting this crowd amped up. Nice slide tackle, boot to the face. Nice little knife edge chop by Strife. Buns of steel down to the bottom turnbuckle. Crowd asking for one more. See if it gives it to him. Oh, straight right to the face. At this point, Strife is not going to give in. Cover. 1, 2, and a kick out of 2.
Strife's got a little bit of a smirk on his face.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that means good things for
Jarring at
Fowler.
the crowd, per usual for Strife.
Oh!
Oh, and a like prone shoulder tackle there by Fowler. And another one. Desperation moves here for Fowler, and another 3rd one to bring Strife into the corner.
Here he goes again.
And a 4th one into the corner. Teeing up Strife for something. Straight body shots in the corner. And another chop. Boy, you could hear that in Council Bluffs.
Dear Nikki Sent, that is what a chop
Yep.
sounds like.
Whew. Right into the turnbuckle there, Fowler.
Although if I know anything about Jaysin Strife, it's that he knows how to deliver chops of his own.
Nice Irish rip reversal on Strife.
Oh,
Forearm smash to the corner. Irish whip reversal. Strife looking for a rebound, off into the corner. And a butt bomb into the corner.
Jaysin Strife is only being held up by Jay Fowler himself at that point. Did you just punch the tape?
Yep, I did.
Why?
Fowler up to top rope. Probably looking for another bonsai drop in the back of the
Oh
head.
my God.
Grabbing.
He's like in that light.
Grabbing the lighting grid. Going for a bonsai, missed. And a big boot by Strife. Going for the cover. 1. And a kick out of 2.
So close.
Fowler grabbing the lighting grid for support while he's going for that top rope bonsai on the back of the head. Strife besides himself, trying to catch his breath here.
I just want to say that it is Ryan insulting Council Bluffs, not me. I have no part in this.
I'm from Wisconsin. I have no horse in the race. All right, folks.
I'm from South Dakota, so
Well, there you go.
where we barely have it.
Well, there you go. Do you have indoor plumbing up there? Is that?
Yes, we
Okay,
have-
I'm just double checking. All right. We got Strife got Fowler from behind. Fowler trying to get that grip off of Strife. Get through. He's got his arm up. Got him by the wrist. Reversal. Another test of strength here by Strife and Fowler. Center of the ring. And an elbow to the face of Fowler. Just a clubbing forearm. kind of going.
Whoa!
Huge neck suplex there onto Strife.
Fowler just chucked Strife halfway across the ring.
Both men down. Count started. Strife's so close to that bottom rope. Count is 3.
Once again, it's going to be a matter of who gets to their feet
That's right.
first.
This could just be the turning point both of them look for. Come on, guys.
It's looking better for Strife
Come on,
right
guys.
now. Oh.
They meet center of the ring.
We're going to trade some blows here.
Fowler with an
center of the
elbow.
ring.
Strife returning the favor. Just clubbing blows, so close. Center of the ring. Drew doing his best to keep this sanctioned. And another clubbing blow, bringing Fowler back onto his knee. Good gravy, Miss Daisy.
Yeah. We have gravy?
No, I just say it.
Oh,
It's an expression.
sorry.
Sorry.
I
God,
don't even know how either of these guys are standing right now. They've hit each other in the head so many
Yeah.
ding-dang times.
Thank you, Ding Ding Times.
I said ding-dang.
Oh, Ding Dang. I'm sorry, I got Ding Ding on the mind.
I was trying not to curse.
Yep. Using the ropes as leverage here. Giving him just a little more oomph in those strikes. From the bottom rope, big elbow!
Wait.
Block.
Oh,
Punch
no.
to the gut.
Oh, God, he's got him.
Famous
He's got
sir.
him.
Cover him,
You
Fowler!
gotta get it. You gotta go for the
Cover
pin.
him! 1, 2, and a kick out of 2. My God! Folks, I said this would be a barn burner.
You did.
This is way
Did.
closer than I would have liked.
I don't see any barns on fire,
Nope.
thankfully. But
I mean, we are kind of downtown Omaha. It wouldn't be hard to see barns.
downtown.
I don't. What kind
we
of?
are nowhere near downtown.
I'm like I said. I don't live around here.
My God.
Anyway, back into the ring action. Fowler's got Strife, and it's just a limp noodle. Sorry, folks.
He just said limp noodle. I have the maturity level of a 13-year-old boy, and you cannot say things like that.
I can't say limp noodle.
Dang
I
it.
said ding ding Pokeballs, and now limp noodle. Strife, big clubbing kick to Fowler on the center. Still giggling at limp noodle. Come on, Strife, here we go. Strife barely keeping himself
Speaking
upright.
of limp noodles,
Yep.
look at Fowler right now.
Yep. I believe his peach is a little bit bruised. Here we go. Looks like Strife's going for another suplex. Reverse suplex out of Strife.
Wait.
And 1.
What? Whoa!
Into-
Up and over.
And a cover. 1, 2, and a kick out of 2.
Just barely. Holy moly.
It's a nice fireman's carry slam there by Fowler on Strife. Both men now
Guacamole.
back to the center of the ring. You would hope and think that the first person up here will have the advantage.
We've said that how many times in this matchup
you know
already,
what?
though. It's not,
We have said it and we have been wrong.
they just keep trading places. Crowds here at Stocks and Moms are loving this
Count
one
to
here
5. Fowler up to his feet first. Just
Booty to the jaw.
boot to
there.
the jaw. Striking, just repetitive strikes from Fowler.
How is Strife taking that buns of steel to the face and not
I have
even
no idea.
flinching?
He's asking for it. Look at him.
It's like he's
Look at him.
charging up.
Oh,
What is? Oh God.
oh shit.
Oh God. What is he?
Remember when we said earlier about Strife getting pissed off?
Yep, we found it. We've hit that mark.
Strife has gone Super Saiyan. Here we go.
Oh
Come
God!
on. Look at him.
Here, oh, Nike.
Look at that. What a maneuver by Strife. Hooking the leg, grabbing the neck, and swinging him over. Some sort of like a modified Falcon arrow there.
Strife is calling for it. What in the world?
Wow! Now cover. 1, 2. Oh, gonna kick out at 2. What do these two have to do?
Come on! Come on!
We knew this was gonna be good, folks. We didn't know it'd be this close.
What the? I don't even know what's happening.
Pinfall
anymore.
after pinfall, folks. 2 count after 2 count. What is somebody gonna have to do to have referee Drew hit that mat for 3?
How many times has Drew Chandler had to do the count?
I've lost count.
Like, this is
Yep.
nuts.
It just goes to the grit and determination of these two competitors here tonight.
You know,
All for bragging rights.
I am never not impressed by either of these individuals. Strife up first, pulling Fowler up with him, but there's Johnny hiding right in the head.
Right into the face.
Oh, God.
Woo! Oh, what a flipping suplex! And a kick out at 2!
That was,
Wow!
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. This is nuts.
Yeah. Even Drew himself is besides himself.
Yeah. There's nobody here that knows what's going on right. I have never seen anything like that.
Folks, both
in all my
these
days.
competitors are putting everything into this match. Blood, sweat, tears. Neither of these competitors know what quit is.
Limp noodles alike.
Limp noodles and bruised peaches alike, folks.
Here we go now. We got
Fowler
another
bringing
showdown.
Strife up.
Oh!
Big knee! Big knee!
Up and over!
And a German suplex, bridging German suplex. 1, 2. Oh, it's so close!
Oh, that was almost
Fowler
it.
out at 2.
That was almost it.
That was a nice bridging suplex there by Strife. Strife, come on!
Even Drew Chandler is looking like he is surprised by his count. And Strife's just mad right now.
Strife lining
He's
up.
just angry.
Strife lining him up. Could we see the Shining Wizard from Strife? We're gonna see a Shining Wizard or a Shiny Heiny to end this match.
Both.
Oh.
A Shining Wizard into the Shiny Heiny.
Strife blocked the Shiny Heiny with his knee.
Oh no.
Fowler going, looks like he's
no.
lining up a Shiny Heiny.
No.
Here it comes, ducks!
Here we go.
The most devastating move. 1, 2, 3. That's it! Jason Strife wins the Battle Royal Cup with the most devastating move in wrestling history, the roll-up. 3rd time's a charm.
He did it.
Jason Strife did it.
Finally did it.
Holy crap! He did it.
Oh my God.
Wow!
I honestly didn't think that match was ever gonna end.
What does this mean for
And I
Jason
wouldn't
Strife
have
moving
cared if it
forward,
did.
Daisy?
I don't know.
Wow!
I don't know.
Folks, both of these guys are exhausted.
We might have to go carry them out of the ring at this point.
They left everything in the ring tonight, folks. But your winner of the Battle Royale Cup 2020, 8 guys, 1 cup, the one guy, Jason Strife.
Jason Strife pulls out. I mean, it really could have gone either way at so many moments during that matchup.
I can't. Oh my God. There is your winner of the 2020 Battle Royale Cup, Jason
I
Strife.
can't believe he's even standing right now, if we're being honest.
Wow. You want to talk about 2 guys putting their all into a match. And after a 3rd match tonight, to be able to do that.
3 matches
And
2 previous matches, and we still got that out of them. Like,
My
what?
God.
These men are machines.
folks, if you're watching tonight, you don't think these people are athletes, you can go suck an egg, because these people are full-on athletes. And I'm mostly talking about you, Joe DeSanti, and a show of respect
Yeah, Joe
from
DeSanti.
both of these people.
Don't suck an egg.
Good friends, bitter rivals. Jay Fowler, Jason Strife.
Give it up. My God.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we met him what?
2010. No, 2009. 2009.
What was that? You at the cage for IWA? You met him?
No, actually, so I met Jaysin Strife in, I want to say June of 2009. No, actually, it was a little bit before that. He came to Oskaloosa for a CEW wrestling show. And before the show would happen, the local backyard group would run shows. And Donnie Peppercricket came up to me and was like, hey, Strife wants to work. And I told him that you were the guy to work with. I am only not even 8 months in at the time. And so we work on this backyard wrestling show with no fans. And we had a great match. Like, obviously Strife carried me through. I had no idea what the hell I was doing at that time.
Still don't.
Yep, true. As long as there's not light tubes involved, I don't know. But Strife would come back to the locker room after that and was like, you got potential. And I was like, I have 2 other dudes that need help too. And that was you and the Buns, Jay Fowler. And after that, it took off. We were on road trips. And I met a woman out in Omaha, and we would go out on non-wrestling adventures and go to Scores, and he would buy me booze because I was underage at the time at Scores.
It's okay now. Statute of limitations
Yes,
is
that,
passed.
yep, it's okay. Yeah, so we've been through a lot. He was a groomsman at my wedding, my first wedding.
Seasoned vet.
Seasoned vet, baby. But
Wrestling, he doesn't know what he's doing, and marriages, he doesn't know what he's doing either.
True. Strife will forever, as weird as it sounds, I know he did not like my style of wrestling, but he will always be in my ear telling me I am stupid for doing the things that I do.
Yep.
And I will forever not listen to him. Because in a weird way, I think Strife knows I love what I do and wants me to keep doing it. And yeah, like 2009 to 2023, man, like that's a long time. That's that we were the beautiful bodies at one point. We
drove him crazy with what we would do.
Hated that.
Hated it. We had a stuffed panda that we would come out with, and he would hide that thing regularly because he thought it was great to rib us. And that's when I years later, I finally paid off the rib, and the HNIC rib, that is where everything went full circle. I remember we were gassing him up about how so we had an influx of everyone named Nate coming through the area, right? And there was one night, it was after a show, I was gassing him up, and I was sitting here like, you know what, man, there's going to be all these Nates in the area, and then what? People are going to forget who you are. You want that? Well, no. Like, you know what you need? You need to get it just branded on you that you're the head Nate in charge. HNIC. I remember sitting there with this guy and our buddy Joey. He's making faces off camera here. He's actually just staring off because the CTE took him. So I said, you need to have it branded on you. Head Nate in charge, HNIC. And I watched him do this. And he looked away because he could not believe I just pitched this to the guy that wears rompers and carries this dachshund who's going to come out to HNIC on anything. So this long rib paid off in the long haul here. So I've gassed him up for months, and then he pulls me aside at one show and he goes, you know what? I got him. Got what? I got my HNIC tights. And it was so sweet. And then he shows up to the show and he's waving the tights around. I got look at these are great, these are great, these are great. The HNIC, head Nate in charge. Everybody knew what that actually stood for. And if you still don't know what it stands for, Google's fantastic. Go punch that in and see what pops up. He was the only one who wasn't in on the joke. And you don't know how close we were to having the white guy that runs around in rompers with his dachshund trying to sell shirts that say HNIC on them. We were this close to something super glorious. And we had smartened everybody else up to it. And he still didn't know until after he cut that promo with Abu.
Yes.
Wearing these tights. And he's like, yeah, no, that's me. I am the HNIC. And then it was explained to him. And then there was that hesitant, goofy choke laugh of his. He realized he'd been got, and he spent a lot of money on it. And we were so close to just HNIC shirts. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
He'd still have them. He'd have those longer than the Team Man Pretty shirts. Those have been on the gimmick table as long as we've been falling down.
Yes. I'm gonna go back to 2009, 2010. Strife had a little crew of guys, which was me, Dookie, Justin, and some California guys, and we were all Team Man Pretty.
Yeah, Pretty Peter.
Pretty Peter Babylon. And I was the rugged one.
Yeah, you were.
I was not I'm still not pretty.
No, you're not.
No, not at all. But God, there's so many stories, and so many tales on the road. When Magnum first started, it was me, you, and Justin were the first ones booked. And that means a lot to me. I mean, granted, I've taken some time off here and there, but every time I took time off, I would just hit up Strife and just say, hey, I'm ready to come back. And he's like, all right, you're on the next show. Or he's like, well, I'll find some space for you. So, Nate, I think Nate means more to us than he ever knew. There was only one time I wanted to fight him in the back, and that was after he told us we went too long, after everybody else went too long.
Like, you know we wouldn't.
And I pulled over Donnie, and I was like, I'm gonna punch this dude. Which I was going through my own stuff at the time, and so Nate comes up to me and was like, so I hear you want to fight, and I said, yeah, and I kissed him on the lips.
You went tongue fight.
Yep.
You weren't very specific.
No. So we quickly, anytime any of us were mad at each other, we always buried the hatchet very, very quickly. He gave us full reign on whatever we wanted to do with Magnum. I know there's been multiple times of like, what do you guys want to do? And it's very refreshing when he puts that trust into guys like us. You know, guys that he brought up from 2009 to 2022. And he knew my bucket list match was a no rope barbed wire match. And he never would book me in it. He hated it. And one show he came back and was like, we're gonna build a no rope barbed wire. And he probably seen the absolute joy in my face and probably thought I was a mark. And
Well,
true. So I owe a lot to Nate. I probably still wouldn't be wrestling if it wasn't for Nate. I mean, we passed over the whole guns and beer stuff.
yeah, there's a whole chunk of time that got missed, and we could sit and tell a whole bunch of stories about everything that we pissed Nate off with and stuff that popped him, and you know.
At the end of the day, Nate, we love you. No matter if we didn't talk to you for 3 or 4 years, no matter if we had an issue, we wouldn't be in the same place where we're at today. And God damn it, we're gonna miss you. I know this is supposed to be family friendly, but I'm not a very family friendly guy.
No. We're gonna miss you, Nate. You've done a lot for us, and all we can do is just pay it forward. Just do everything that you taught us, and make sure these other guys figure it out.
We're gonna, until the time that I quit 5 more times, we're gonna carry your legacy as far as we can take it.
It is January, and you already talked about quitting before we got on camera.
I told you I was just too lubed up to do this.
I know.
But anyways, Nate, we love you. We're gonna miss the shit out of you, dude.
And thank you.
And thank you.
I met Nathan Blodgett years ago with an individual named Cowboy Troy Hansen, who had a ring and set it up in his backyard and was trying to train people and asked me for assistance. And in that backyard days, it was Nathan Blodgett, Zach James, Chris Metry, or Chris Havius, and they just kind of were getting a little bit of training there, and then kind of went off on their own to do the whole PCW thing in Sioux City, hooked up with Dusty, Hype Gotti, and kind of saw each other here and there. But what it really clicked for me, that there was that friendship and bond, was we were at an NWA Midwest show in Illinois, and we were just standing there talking in the entryway. A couple of fans came up and asked him for his autograph, and then they asked do you wrestle? And Nate chimed in and goes, yeah, he actually helped me when I first started out. And ever since then, we just kind of were friends, and from that moment on, I always had his back, he always had mine. Nate has impacted my career in a lot of ways. He's definitely made me more confident in myself. And that I need to be more of a dick overall, honestly, because I hear him in my head constantly. Damn it, Donnie, you're too nice. And those are things I will always take with me. I love you, bro. Thank you for everything you've done for me, with me, for my family. Words will truly never be able to explain what you meant to all of us, and you will be missed.
How we doing out here, Council Bluffs? Now, I'm sure you all are wondering what exactly is going on.
Yes!
Well, when they said that we were going to have a fan appreciation night, I wanted to bring you guys some action. So I thought, how about a death match? But unlike you guys, I've been in a death match. It hurts.
I know it does.
So, with that being said, I'm issuing an open challenge to someone in the back to help me become the innovator of mild violence in the first ever life match. So anybody in the back who's got a sense of humor and the great nuts, come on out, because I'm ready for you. That better not be you, Jack.
Oh, it is.
What's up, everybody?
Oh yeah, get the tax going, baby!
Yeah! That one better. Time to play Candy Crush!
World's greatest pop icon, in a life match.
Candy Crush!
Hey! He's eating my candy! He's eating my candy!
Illegal!
Now he's just biting me! Now he's just biting me!
He got color! He got color! Hey, what was it? Blue! Chicken head!
Yeah! Are you gonna silly scream or
It's only a fair fight.
Yeah, silly scream! It's stuck! It's stuck!
Here. Let me help you.
That's gonna hurt you!
What? Bam! Oh no! That had to hurt.
What's in my pants? Come on, fight!
What is that?
Oh no! Come on, fight! Hey, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, they are.
That's legal, ref. That's legal.
That's disgusting.
Hello, fight!
Hey, don't you wait.
Hello, fight! Fight! Hello, fight! Hello, fight! Hello, fight! Come on, Strife! One more time! Harder! One more time! 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 Hey, put a pillow in his face!
The first ever live match. Oh my God.
Oh, God. Oh, God. You are a good guy. Thank all of you. Thank you. No, thank you.
That was legitimately the dumbest thing I've ever done in professional wrestling.
Sean Pendragon.
Take 72, maybe. I've lost count at this point. So my name is Kit Sackett. I moved up to Nebraska a couple of years ago, and when I did, I was very nervous that I wasn't going to be able to find anybody to continue training me and be able to teach me to the level I wanted. And I was very lucky in that I found Jaysin Strife very quickly, and he took me under his wing and treated me so well, like I was a guy he trained from scratch, and I could not ask for a better mentor in professional wrestling. And honestly, beyond that, just such a funny, great person. Like, he always had a great joke, always was fun to be around. Even when he was really mad and stressed, it was hilarious. We had this thing where every Magnum show, he'd message me and tell me how I was going to work a couple weeks before, and I'd message him back, why do you hate me? And no matter what, the best match ever I could have asked for, he'd send me in, and I'd be like, oh God, why do you hate me? And we'd always joke about that. I know one time we got very lucky and we got booked AEW together, and AEW is always a stressful situation no matter how many times I've done it, and I was very lucky and very happy that I got to spend that experience with him. So anyways, bye, Jaysin.
What could I say about Nate that hasn't already been said? And the truth is probably nothing. Nate deserved every accolade, every positive and good thing that people have probably already said about him. And probably some bad things too. But I am very honored that I was able to think of Nate as a brother. Him and I bonded a lot over our medical issues. It was nice to have someone else who kind of understood what going to doctors and being in hospital and after hospital was like. He also was one of those people where you really had to work hard to earn his trust and his respect. But if you did, that really meant something. It meant a lot to me. Whenever I was in the ring with him, I shared a ring with him, or whenever I reffed one of his matches, it was very important to me that he trusted me, and I feel like I earned that, and that is something that I hold very close to my heart, and I definitely always will. I wish I had the words to explain how much he meant not only to me, but to all of us in the wrestling world. And I know a lot of people articulate this a lot better than I ever could. But what I wanted to say is that I firmly believe as long as we keep talking about him and we keep his memories alive and we continue the conversations about what he meant to us, or the hilarious stories or the trouble he got himself into, as long as we keep those going, he will never, ever, ever really be gone. We love you, Nate. We miss you and your spirit and your passion, and your legacy will keep going in us forever.
Jaysin Strife, it was an honor to know you. It was an honor to get to know you. It was an honor to share the ring with you. It was an honor to sit under your wrestling tree. And I cannot thank you enough for all the help and advice you have given me. I cannot thank you enough for the fun opportunities that you gave me on your shows. I cannot thank you enough for always being super willing to watch my stuff and to give me honest feedback on what sucked. And you and that whole Magnum crew have been wonderful to me since day one, and I'm gonna spend the rest of my life missing you, and just thank you so much for everything, man, and I love you.
What can I say about Nate that hasn't been said yet? I mean, the man was loved by everyone that was into professional wrestling here in Omaha. I said he had an impact in my direct life, and I actually meant it. Outside of wrestling, everything in it, from my friends to my love, my rekindling of my love of professional wrestling, to my girlfriend who I met at one of the shows 4 years ago. Everything in my life revolves around wrestling, and it's because of him. He trained me in his garage in the middle of winter, and I remember that room being freezing cold, and the mats being stiff because of how cold it was. But out of the little he had in that garage, he somehow managed to teach people how to wrestle properly. That's how good this man was. Like, I can't believe how good he was at no ropes, nothing like that. He managed to make me, Jack Darling, Tim Boston, Nikki Sant into what we are. He always, before I wrestled, before I came out, he would always make it a thing to come to me before I was about to come out. He saw how nervous I was, as Teddy, and he would look me in the eye with a shit-eating grin, and he would say, "Don't suck." Those two words, though, like, "don't suck," I mean, they're so simple, but I use them in my everyday life. Just don't suck. And I promise going forward, Nate, that everything I do when I step in the ring, I will try to suck a little less in your honor. Thank you for everything. I love you. I'm gonna miss you. Just rest in peace, man.
One of my favorite memories of Nate and traveling with Nate was going up to Minot, North Dakota for a weekend of shows. In the car ride up there, it's about 11 hours. Had a lot of time just to talk and BS and share ridiculous stories and things you're maybe not so proud of. But in the midst of all that, I think, if I remember right, it was Nate who said all these things you might not be super proud of, but to do it for the story. And the weekend went great. Shows were awesome. Sunday morning, we're looking to leave, and we see that there's a giant snowstorm coming. And, you know, us hard-headed wrestlers decided, nah, we can make it. It's 11 hours. As long as we get out of North Dakota, we'll be fine. Well, about an hour into our drive, we get hit with a bunch of snow that did not let up. You could barely see 15 feet ahead of you on the interstate as you're going about 30 miles an hour. And lo and behold, our 11-hour drive turned into 17 hours. The whole time, I think, distressed, mad, we all just said to ourselves, do it for the story. And we did it for the story. You know, we all came back happy and healthy and survived. And I think Nate also was one of those guys who just lived to tell stories. He had that glimmer in his eye that you hear about, that you rarely see, but he just had something about him that you were not going to stop him from doing what he could do. He found ways to do it, and he was wildly entertaining doing it. I always also remember just being super nervous being in the ring with him, and I think that was only about a couple of matches, 2 matches, I think, maybe 3. But he was the most complete wrestler that this area has. He was fantastic at everything he did, and he could have been going around the world times and time again, but he was in this area for a reason, and that was to build it up and create something special. And he did. And so anytime I was in the ring with him, I made sure that, you know, it was in the highest regard, that I like perform at my best. And because he just demanded that respect, he demanded that, you know, that love of pro wrestling. Can't say it still feels real, but it's hard not knowing that we're not going to have another text of just the upcoming shows and just generalities that come with it. And man, I owe you a lot, Strife. I wouldn't be, you know, my life would be a lot different if it wasn't for Strife. And I'm so happy that I knew him for even just a short amount of time. So, boss, we're gonna keep your fire lit around this area.
Bulletproof Tiger, Jaysin! The Bulletproof Tiger and Mr. MMA, Jaysin Strife!
I knew he was going to throw that in there.
You have to give it to him. He's undefeated in mixed martial arts.
Under a minute, choked him out.
Weighing in at 213 pounds, he is the Magnum Pro champion, Devin Thomas!
And again, we have to point out the fact that Devin Thomas is still the Magnum Pro champion, but does not have that belt thanks to the actions of Stevie Richards.
And the crowd asking where his title is? I did not expect the crowd to be split on this, but when you are truthful, you are honest, and you say what everybody else is thinking, Jaysin Strife does have a point. Devin kind of let it slip through his fingers, and now Stevie Richards is watching from wherever he may be right now.
I just think that this is, you know, it's finally, I think, setting in to Devin Thomas, and I think it's eating at him. He had the fans on his side, and maybe they agree with Jaysin Strife that maybe he shouldn't have let Stevie walk away with the title. Maybe he should have been a little bit more aggressive in trying to get it. Now some Devin Thomas chance.
You can say whatever you want, but Devin Thomas is missing something, and it's that Magnum Pro Championship. And I know for a fact, Mr. MMA would love to have gold around his waist.
Oh, yes. A company he built, a title he would love to finally have. And you notice he's not wearing his traditional, like, tights that he normally wears. I mean, these are like some trunks right here.
Yeah, and I was going to point out earlier, he was not doing the clapping. He wasn't trying to get the fans on his side like he usually does. But Jaysin Strife is just being blunt with Devin. He's telling him exactly what he thinks. And when you're honest like that, you're not going to make everybody happy. You're going to piss somebody off.
Oh, for sure. And this is probably a dream match in some people's minds. I mean, these are probably two of the best athletes that Magnum Pro has. Devin Thomas and Jaysin Strife. Of course, Jaysin Strife wrestling all over the world, competing against several big names, falling short lately. Then you got Devin Thomas, who's been taking on some names, and he's been turning heads. He hasn't been losing.
You'll recall, he went one-on-one with Sanjay Dutt, and was victorious.
And we don't know this for a fact, but he could have been moments away from beating Drew Galloway.
That's a match I want to see again. That's like on a dream match. And this match right here is also a dream match. Jaysin Strife has something to prove. And Devin Thomas says, I am the man. And when you have that title, you are the man.
Of course, Devin Thomas, last January, winning the Piggy in the Bank, cashing it in a month later on Tony Cortez after he had competed in a gruesome, brutal barbed wire match, limiting Tony Cortez's title reign to under 2 minutes. And these guys locked up, going from corner to corner, not letting go of their grip.
They both have something to prove right here. They do. Rolling to the outside.
And they're all over this arena.
When the title's not on the line, all bets are off and anything go. Devin doesn't have to worry about losing that title.
Let me throw this one at you. Jaysin Strife beats Devin Thomas. Does that make him #1 contender to that title?
I wouldn't count Devin Thomas out just yet.
I'm
Devin
definitely
Thomas
not counting him out, but you know,
one could say, I assume, that he would then be #1 contender. But
Strife is bound to break that losing streak.
I have to ask you this one though. Steven Richards says, "I am the #1 contender. I'm not coming back until I have my match with Devin Thomas." Jaysin Strife lost to Steven Richards. So in my eyes, Stevie Richards would ultimately be the #1 contender.
Be that as it may, but these two have yet to do much locking up here. A lot of feeling each other out in this match. I mean, they both understand the caliber of their opponent, and they're just trying to feel it out. I honestly believe this crowd is split 50-50.
You know, when it comes right down to it, a great man said it best. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Fred Durst was correct. They're all talking about, oh, Devin did this, Strife did that. Right now, Strife has Devin in a headlock. And remember, it's almost, all he has to do is turn it, and it's a guillotine choke that he used to secure his first MMA victory.
Is it just me, or is Jaysin Strife a little bit more cocky in this match?
I would call it confident. I think after his MMA debut, he's got a little bit more confident. Okay. Maybe I was wrong.
I mean, this is not your normal Jaysin Strife.
Oh, no.
Normal Jaysin Strife comes to the ring and he tries to take care of business, but this one...
No, Strife usually puts his nose down, focuses. But hey, who am I to judge him? He's gone up against guys like AJ Styles, Matt Sydal, all those names. I can't. Who am I to doubt Jaysin Strife?
Look at that. He smirks and then...
I think he's trying to frustrate Devin Thomas.
I do know that there are quite a few MMA fans here tonight in attendance, and I really believe Jaysin Strife is trying to impress them. Oh.
Just a kick of the ropes.
That is unlike Jaysin Strife to do something like that.
Oh, and just... I will say, technically speaking, Jaysin Strife is following the rules. But he's not.
This is not the high-flying match I thought it would be as of yet.
No, I was expecting these two to go all cylinders, 100 miles an hour.
But I think Devin's going to try to awake that out of Jaysin Strife here. I think enough is enough for him. Enough games, enough flaunting to the crowd.
Oh, just missing with that chop. He gives him a chop, and that sends Strife to the outside.
Again, to the outside.
Oh, and a little taste of his own medicine.
Wait a second, wait a second.
Ooh, I thought he was going. The high red district. Technically, Jaysin Strife has to a 10 count, whether I like it or not. You have to respect he's following the rules right now.
You know, Jaysin Strife seems to be just paying a little bit too much attention to the crowd. He's not focused on this match.
And locking up in that center of the ring. Each man jockeying for position.
Nice side headlock by Devin Thomas.
Has him with the headlock. Where are they going to go from here?
both men down on that exchange.
Oh, they're both trying to get the first one to come up.
Crowd appreciating this athleticism.
These fans are just sitting here. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's Jaysin.
Strife just left.
He left ringside area. And now he's back.
He did not appreciate the fans. The fans saying this is less than exciting action, but I would beg to differ on that one.
They're in for a treat here. You gotta, when you perform in front of a Magnum crowd, you're performing probably in front of the rowdiest crowd there is. They're gonna let you know whether they love you or hate you.
Yeah, and this Sokol Auditorium crowd is showing their colors right now.
Our new home, by the way, for 2015.
Not what I expected out of this crowd, but it is entertaining nonetheless.
Oh! And now we're starting to see.
Oh, come on.
Wait.
Strife is not pleased with this crowd.
Here we go.
Here's your high-paced, high-caliber action that we love to see.
Well, again to the outside of the ring. That's a little taste of what these two men can do together.
Crowd getting behind Devin.
Wait a second. Here we go.
I've seen this before. Oh, he cuts him off before he's able to get
an elbow to the head. Now, you know, you take a risk, and that's a price you could pay. Jaysin Strife, a little too smart for Devin Thomas on that one.
We don't call it high caliber action for nothing, because it's high risk, high reward, but if you don't get that reward, it doesn't look good.
Both these men on the outside ring apron, and a jawbreaker to Jaysin Strife. This is not going to be good for anybody.
Oh no. Trying to suplex him on the ring apron. That is the hardest part of the match. Going.
That.
Just a high knee strike.
I think CM Punk should take a lesson from Jaysin Strife on that knee.
Oh no.
Come on, Mason. Mason's letting a lot of stuff slide.
Oh, but he's fighting back. He's holding on to the ropes. Devin Thomas. He is holding on to those ropes. He does not want to.
He has great ring presence. He's hold on to that rope and.
I
don't know about this. See you later, Devin Thomas.
I think he killed him.
That could have easily broken his neck. I can't see what's going. I see Jaysin moving, but I don't see Devin moving. Wait a second.
Oh, he's trying to declare himself the winner. He didn't get that 3 count.
That's what I'm saying. This is not your normal Jaysin Strife.
Oh.
Something has changed.
Is Strife going to take the easy way out? He's going to try and win by count out. Oh, he says he's smart. I mean, you can't argue. He just pile driven him on the hardest part of the ring.
I see movement finally from Devin Thomas. That's a good sign. Mason up to 9. You want to talk about last possible second.
That was the closest 10 I've ever seen.
This crowd not necessarily agreeing with Mason on that one, but I think Mason called that one right down the middle.
Oh, now he's going for a pin.
Devin holding his head, which he was dropped on the ring apron. He could have like a stinger or something. That could be permanent damage. And there goes the veteran Jaysin Strife. He's going to take advantage of the hurt head. and possibly neck of Devin Thomas.
Oh, just a
forearm shots right to the face, and another pin.
Not enough to hold him down, though. And Devin, look at that, clutching his neck off that pile driver.
But you would too if you were dropped on your head on the apron like that.
And this is the guy that started Magnum.
He started it, and it looks like tonight he's going to try to finish at least Devin Thomas. A lot of ground game by Jaysin Strife in this match. I know he trained for MMA. Do you think that's going to help him in his career now?
When he's trying to do, the forearm shiver, that's an MMA tactic. Using those submissions, MMA tactics, but he's got the ropes.
Oh!
That is not an MMA tactic. Taking off the elbow pad. Oh, big elbow to the heart.
Flaunt it to the crowd, but I mean, I guess if you can back it up, and that is what he is doing here. Big smile on Strife's face. Putting back on his elbow pad. He should be capitalizing on Devin being down.
He just gave him a pile driver. He just choked him in the ropes. And go for a pin.
Now he's giving him time to recuperate. And I don't understand the game plan here. See, it gives Devin time to do that. He got enough energy now. He can swing some punches, but Strife right back on him. And what a main event feel that this has. Can you feel that in the air, Anthony?
Man, this crowd is roaring about this. This is not the atmosphere I expected. This is a different kind of atmosphere right here.
Again, we're here at the Sokol Auditorium in Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, right to the back of the neck.
This is not going to be good.
Oh, he locks in a headlock. And I think since Jaysin Strife got his first victory in MMA by submission, he wants to end this one by submission.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I mean, yeah, you're 1-0 in MMA, but when you step through these ropes into a Magnum Pro Wrestling ring, it's a whole different ballgame.
This might be over, though. He's got him. It's over.
Apparently he didn't have that locked in tight enough.
We also do need to remember his MMA opponent was, 2-7? I think Devin Thomas is like 12-0 this year.
Devin did lose last show in a triple threat match against, oh my goodness.
Well, lights out.
This is done. It's over. By golly, Devin Thomas kicks out.
Oh man, what does Jaysin Strife have to do? Pile driver. Elbow drops.
That clothesline had to exert a lot of energy out of Jaysin Strife. Let's go Strife chants.
There is let's go Devin, let's go Strife. The fans are split.
But if you are not at Sokol Auditorium for a Magnum Pro show, you're missing out. The atmosphere here is unbelievable.
I didn't know what to expect, and this is a crowd like none other.
And this is a great testament to the crowd. They braved. We have snowy conditions outside, and they braved the weather and the slick roads to come here because they know what kind of action they're going to see at Magnum.
And you know what's great? this isn't even the main event. We still have a triple threat TLC tag team title match.
I cannot wait for that. He breaks the hold and a Pele kick. Still on his feet is Devin.
Oh! With the kick of his
right
own.
back. Both men down. You know, Devin pretty much said anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh, this might be a 10 count for both of them.
Oh, what happens
Can we
then?
see this if this goes to a draw? You see, the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Mason up to 8.
Strife's up, breaks it.
Just doesn't know where he's at. That kick connected.
Just a straight punch to the face.
Devin has some wobbly legs.
Oh, another straight punch. But Devin back with another one of his own.
Taking the elbow pad off yet again.
There we go. Oh! Uppercut. Oh. Oh, but Strife answers with another one. Just having a battle of chops.
My chest is hurting just watching this.
They can't teach you that in MMA. Can you notice Devin Thomas tightening up the chest, trying to protect himself.
I don't think I've ever seen as many chops. Oh, come on. Again, taking the low road out.
Strife going dirty again. Oh, big time clothesline.
Devin with some clotheslines. Lariat kick. I think Devin Thomas has one of the best standing drop kicks in the company, maybe even in the world.
Here we go. Oh, to the outside. I've seen this one before.
Oh.
Here goes Devin. Oh, Strife just pushing him off the top rope.
Blocks it.
Oh, no, but he's ready. He's coming back in. Oh!
Ooh.
A little bit of taste of his own medicine with that. Working on the neck. 2. No.
Gets a shoulder up.
You know, a spinning DDT like that drives your whole body right on top of your spine, jamming it right into your head.
And now the crowd chanting, "This is awesome." I knew if they gave it a chance.
Only at Sokol Auditorium can the fans hate this match and then instantly love this match. That's why I love this place.
Are we going to be here all of 2015?
Oh, he's got him up.
But Strife is delivering some elbows.
Remember when he did this? He did this to Stevie Richards. Oh, big strong style kicks to the chest of Devin.
Oh,
and another one.
Those are stiff.
Oh, is he signaling for the end? Uh-oh. Got him. No.
Rolls him
Roll
up.
him up.
Oh!
Oh! Back down. Trying to use his own momentum
That could
against
be
him.
it. That could be it.
That's the thing. That's where he is smart. He used his body leverage when Strife kicked out to pick him up and powerbomb him right down back to the mat.
How did he still have that much strength left to deadlift Jaysin Strife off the mat and slam him like that?
That's why Devin Thomas is the Magnum Pro champion. He does things that I don't even dream of.
I can't even do a pull-up. And now trying to deadlift a lifeless Strife. I mean, that's going to take a lot out of you. This match taking a lot out of both competitors.
Here we go. Looks like he's pulling him up. And This crowd does not know what to think.
Oh! Good night, Devin Thomas. I think I saw one of Devin's teeth on the mat.
Is it over there? Oh no, that's popcorn from earlier than that. I thought that was his tooth.
That fully connected. What more can Strife do to Devin? What more can Devin do to Strife to try to take him out?
Strife has a good idea of what he wants to do here. Trying to get the fans on his side.
Well, just do it. Don't flaunt to the crowd, just do it.
He walked out on these fans, came back, and man, I don't even know. More forearms by Devin. Devin going off.
Oh! No.
Strife almost got DDT. Uh-oh, brainbuster. Looks like a brainbuster. Oh, brainbuster sending him down. Uh-oh, going up top. Strife.
The burst of energy. This. Oh! Frog splash.
No!
This is unreal.
He just did a 5, give that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stars.
Another. I can't agree with the fans anymore.
But look at Strife. Strife is out. Strife clutching his hand.
He hurt himself on that frog splash.
Like I said, high risk. Strife looks like he's trying to regain feeling in his hand. Frog splash will do it to you. Remember, he almost got DDT'd out of it. I don't even know what that maneuver was.
What is he doing here?
Strife, though, you can see his arm. That is bad. Bad news for Strife. I'm not sure what he's going for here.
Might have a broken hand or something.
Oh, no.
They can't do this.
He's going to...
They cannot do this.
Michael better watch out. MLMH over there is going to get Devin Thomas in the front row seat.
Get one last picture. It might be your last if you stay there. I'm all for doing extreme things, but this is a little bit too extreme for me. I mean, that is exposed
don't die chance.
floor.
Each man. Oh, headbutt. Oh, watch out for that announce table.
Hey,
that timekeeper's table.
It's not time for TLC yet.
Oh, no, he's gonna do it in the ring. He's gonna superplex him in the ring.
This.
Here we go. Superplex.
Devin fighting out of it. Wait a second.
Wait.
Is that?
Oh, you may not remember me. Okay, well, maybe you remember this. It's your mouth! You remember this? You know the thing I walked off with, and you just let me do it? Yeah, this thing.
Oh, wait a second. The distraction from Stevie. Wait. Oh. Wait a second.
Are you kidding me?
Wait what just happened?
Where's Stevie at? Oh, and Strife getting out of dodge.
The distraction by Stevie.
So I'm not really sure where to start this. I met Nate years and years ago. I used to go to all the shows at the Eagles Club, and I was a big fan. Been a big fan of professional wrestling my entire life, and always thought Jaysin Strife was just the coolest guy that I had ever met, and we got to me and one of my best friends went to all the shows. And it wasn't until 2015 where I finally mustered up enough courage to private message him and basically beg to be a part of what he was doing. And I remember that we had a really good conversation, and he knew me from going to the shows and gave me the opportunity to come to Magnum Pro as a ring announcer. And so I knew that I had different goals at the time, but I was like, I'm going to do whatever I can to get started in this. And so I came in as a ring announcer and kind of bided my time for a little while. And then I convinced Nate to let me try my hand at managing. I always wanted to be like a Bobby Heenan type, Jimmy Hart type character. And I remember pestering him about it over and over again, and him just telling me, like, I don't really know if it's gonna work with you. You have this like good guy persona, and everybody knows you as the ring announcer. I just don't know if it's gonna work. And after enough convincing, I think he gave me the opportunity, I think just to kind of shut me up. And he told me that if it doesn't work, he's like, I'll give you one shot. And if it doesn't work, you're back to announcing. And I was like, okay, cool. All I need is one shot. And I don't know, can we cuss on here? It's not very appropriate, some of the language, but I remember that night, in the show, I was doing my ring announcing, and I turned heel at the end of the show, and it was great. Everybody was booing. Everybody started a F you Joe chant, and I thought it was like the best thing in the world. And I remember I walked into the backstage area, and he just kind of looked at me with that smirk and just kind of shook his head, almost in disbelief that it worked. And then from there, he allowed me to continue managing at Magnum Pro, and it was a big compliment to me whenever he would tell me that I did a good job. I think it's probably been mentioned numerous times. Nate was like the measuring stick. He was the one that everybody wanted to emulate, everybody wanted to be like. He was kind of the big brother that everybody was looking for approval for. And I don't care if it was a promo or a match, whatever it was, whenever anybody got through the backstage curtain, he was the first person that they were looking for because they wanted that feedback. They wanted to know how it was, what he thought about it. And, that always stuck with me, just the amount of pride that he took in his work and the bar that he set for Magnum Pro. There's just so many stories and so many good memories. I'm just so appreciative of all of the opportunities that he gave me. And one of my favorite memories happened this last year. Nate had been talking to me about trying to help him put together a drag queen wrestling event. And it was never really, something like that had never really been done before. And he looked to me for a little assistance in that area. And on the day of the show, one of my fondest memories, recent memories, was just the big smile on his face that entire day. He did not wrestle on the show. He actually got to sit in the crowd and watch the show. And I just remember afterwards, he came up and shook my hand and said, thank you. He's like, this was, one of the most fun times that I've had in a long time. And that meant a lot to me, just, being able to play such a small part in putting a smile on his face. And, I think it's been said so many times by so many people, but he just is irreplaceable. And I think the amount of opportunities and the ways that he's touched so many people's lives will never be forgotten. And, I'm just extremely humbled to be a part of this Magnum family. And it was all because of him. He gave me an opportunity that I don't know that a lot of other people would have given me, and I'm just forever grateful for that. And I'm gonna miss him, and he's just irreplaceable. So if I could tell him one more thing, it would just be thank you. for teaching me, for accepting me, and for everything that he's done for me and everybody else.
I first met Jaysin Strife on January 31st, 2004. It was my third show that I ring announced in the business. And over time, we became friends and started going up and down the road together. And then Magnum Pro started in 2008. And he invited me to be the ring announcer, which I've been ever since, off and on. And just in the ways that he's impacted my career in a positive sense is when I started training at what was then the Magnum Pro Dojo, also known as his garage, for a year and a half. And having cerebral palsy, the motion of bumping and a lot of the movements in the ring were very tough for me to get down. But he constantly pushed me to work as hard as I could and just try as hard as I could. And at the end of it, I had to withdraw from training due to a back injury, and he complimented me, and he was like, I was going to tell you to stop coming after 2 weeks, but you've proved me wrong, and I'm proud of you. And short time after that, I made my in-ring debut for Magnum Pro with him as my tag team partner against Team Lariat on 2 separate occasions when we ran the Eagles Club in Council Bluffs. And he's just always kind of just been like a brother to me, and a great mentor and a great friend. We have a lot of memories going on road trips to Des Moines for 3XW or Milo, Iowa for APW, and he always made it entertaining. And one thing about him as a promoter, he was always thinking. Like, we'd be on the road and we'd go into a building and he'd be looking around and be like, oh, I could have wrestling here. The ring could be right there. Maybe I could run some shows here. So he always had that mindset of how to make the business better and wrestling better for everyone in the area. And he was the measuring stick. If you could have a match with him and you got his seal of approval, then you were going to go places. And he was one of the absolute best, if not the absolute best worker in the area, and to come along in a long time. And he was just like a brother to me, and just a great influence on my life and my career. And one of the last conversations we had, he complimented me on how I ring announced that night and told me I was family and that I would always have a spot here. And I'm forever grateful to everything he's done for me. And he'll be missed, and I'll never forget him.
Thought a long time about what I want to say here. How do I sum up Jaysin Strife, Nathan Blodgett, and what he's meant to me in my life? I guess I'll start at the beginning. I was a nobody, nothing. I didn't know my boots from my trunks. I was working for this little company where I got my start called Adrenaline Pro Wrestling, and one day these guys from Oskaloosa showed up who would eventually open doors to Jaysin Strife. You guys may have seen him wrestle a couple of times. Duke Cornell, Bogot, Buns, Jay Fowler, and I watched these idiots do a chicken fight in the middle of a wrestling match, and I hated them for how over it was. But little did I know the school they'd been learning at. And it's because of that friendship that I was able to meet Jaysin Strife. My first memory of Jaysin Strife, we're in the locker room, and Pete Sanctions, love you, Pete, overhears me putting together a match, and I tell whoever I'm getting ready to work that I was gonna give him a, duck a clothesline, come back off the ropes, kitchen sink. And Pete goes, kitchen sink 1 or kitchen sink 2 from No Mercy? And all I hear is, Pete, shut up, you mark! That was my introduction to Jaysin Strife. And needless to say, he would call me a mark about 7,000 times over the course of our time together. And then he gave me an opportunity to wrestle at Magnum Pro. I'll never forget, I can picture it now. I'm walking down my apartment hallway, and I'm with Brian and Duke, and they said, hey, Strife says if you got gear, bring it. He needs somebody. And little did I know that text message was going to open up every door for me from the moment forward. All because Jaysin Strife said, yeah, come work. I don't know what I was doing, but I worked really hard for him. Donnie Pepper Cricket was there with me that night and kind of, held my hand, carried me through that match. And Strife never really said anything to me after that match. There wasn't that was great, because it wasn't. I mean, I survived. He didn't tell me it was awful. He just said, I need you next month. And then next month, and next month, and next month. And then months turned into years, and we went from Team Larry to he let me run around with my best friends in the world, playing a bunch of drunk hillbillies. And I've been really reflective the last couple of weeks. And I've thought about Nate in a way I never have before, and how everything in my life he's touched. If I didn't find Magnum Pro, I don't think I keep wrestling. I think it fizzles out after a couple months, a couple of years. I was never the most confident guy in the world. And God bless Jaysin Strife for teaching me confidence and teaching me that I belonged and that I was good enough. And when I look at my life and I look at everyone in it, my friends, my family, this family, Magnum Pro, the people who mean everything to me, I have all of them. And all of that because of you. I met my wife because of wrestling. I met my wife because of Jaysin Strife. I don't know who Joey Burt is if I didn't meet Jaysin Strife, if I didn't meet Nathan Blodgett. I can't think of a story to really sum him up. But what he did is he never quit on guys. If you were one of his boys, he had you. No matter how long, how much the distance. I'll never forget, I sent him a message one day, and I said, I'm done. I quit. It's over. I can't do this anymore. My head's not in it. My body's not in it. I'm out. And he knew. He knew it wasn't true. But he said, okay, and wished me my best. And about 6 months later, I messaged him and said, I think I made a mistake and I want to come back. Within a minute, that guy had an angle put together for me, like that. Me being me, stealing the thunder, it had to be anniversary. If I'm going to come back, I'm going to take somebody's spot. Sorry, whoever that was. But that's just who Jaysin Strife was. When you were his boy, you were his boy. And then when I got hurt, he was there every step of the way, checking on me, making sure I was rehabbing, making sure I was working out. Yeah, I lied to you about that one. But there's very few people in this world that I genuinely do love. Almost all of them are around me right now. And Nate, you were one of those people. So I just want to say to the best professional wrestler I've ever met, to one of the best friends I've ever known, to the goodest boy in the whole world. I don't believe in heaven, but after this, I'm going to start. See you soon, buddy. See you soon.
I didn't get my wrist safe. Asshole!
Well, you're taking your wrist. I'm gonna grab my shit.
Yeah, hurry up. Donnie's gonna get his shoes.
Jaysin Strife! Introducing his tag team partner! Hailing from the mean streets of Douglas County in Omaha, Nebraska, his Magnum Pro Wrestling in-ring debut! His champion!
Trump ever could be. Hey, Pete! Hey, Pete! Hey, Pete! Hey, dumbass! Yeah, that's what I thought. Why don't you take some lessons from Axel? Because he's 3 times enough to kill everything. Don't you give me that. Look out! Hey, you told this crap right down the middle. It's all good, Pete. We have history. Right down the middle. That was your blow to the button. Right down the middle. He's just as good as the other guy. Johnny, kick his ass! Put him over there!
I honestly have no idea how he even wrestles the amount of yapping runs before he even does it.
I got cardio, baby! That's all I can breathe! I ain't got to train like you are, choo-choo! At least I got my moves up. Undercover, girls. Like others. Oh, whatever you want.
My knee is good due to the great rehabilitation that Body Masters has done on it. Now, I have to tell you,
he's gonna kick your ass!
I'm watching a lot of World of Sport, so I plan on wrestling circles around you. I didn't know that. Let's go! Yeah? Challenge accepted! Strike, stretch it! He has no idea.
Nice spray tan, bro!
Oh, I think that's sarcasm. It sucks.
Screw you, son! You suck!
Put my fingers in.
Hey, shut up and start wrestling, Strife! Enough of running your mouth!
No, here's the thing. I can run my mouth all night and still wrestle for 7 hours if I have to.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sure you can! Whined about it the whole time! Oh, shut up! Knock it off! Drop that crap out! Come on, Joe! Joe, use your Kusama!
I warned you. I warned him.
Joe don't have no hands! Oh, yeah. You don't let these smarts call your match? You don't let these assholes call your match?
Hey, wait for the pop. Wait for the pop.
Okay, yeah. Pop that.
Say, says no. Say. Squeeze.
Come on, Joe. Lick it. There it is. Lick it. There it is. Right there. You got it.
Say, Strife.
Larry Carr.
Give him a 10! Give him a 10!
Let's go, Johnny!
Hey, I might have to run this test after this. I think Pete's on the gas. Yeah. Pete's on the gas. Says no. Says no. Sir, Pete. Turn. Come on, get up. One.
Throw the Jaysin Strife. Oh, get over here. Mommy, Daddy,
Come on. I really need to put tag ropes on here. Yeah, I really.
Oh, Pete, you're a little rigid. Get up, Pete. Get up, Pete. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to taste your blood on my knuckles. Come on, man.
I got more ammo.
Pete, what do you say?
Come on, Pete. No. 2, 3. Come on, Peter.
Get out of there.
Come on.
You're pathetic.
Come on.
It was open-handed. It's fine.
Hey, look, everybody! I got a little water! Oh, you came to new gear! What's the runner's nest, Pete? It's for your big head! Oh, you look thirsty! Oh, there's some water there, Achilles! Pizza looks how I think! Action! Action!
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Oh, yeah.
So I met Nate a little bit in a different way that maybe most people have. I was working a part-time job out at the Warner Park baseball park, and Magnum had a show one night, and I actually ran into Nate as I was coming into work up in the production booth, and he was coming out having gave the rundown to everyone up there, and we literally we bumped into each other, kind of a thing, and I like was startled to see this half naked guy in his wrestling tights there, and just it just kind of took me back a bit. At Warner Park, I do videography there for the sports team, and I watching a match that they had done on the different matches that night. I had reached out to Magnum Pro on the Facebook page and told them I was interested in doing videography for them. And then within a month or so, I did my first show with them, and that was about the summer of 2016. And it was one of those things where when I arrived at the show, I saw Nate, and I was like, oh yeah, that's the guy that I like ran into. And I was told a little bit more about Nate, and I'd always put him up on a pedestal after that. I mean, Nate was always such an incredible guy. And I always enjoyed our times talking together during and after the shows. And one of the greatest times, one of the greatest memories that I've had with Nate was the summer of 2020 when we did Patreon tapings every weekend, and we'd always have great laughs with the matches that we were doing, and great storytelling, and just hanging with the guys. That was always kind of fun and important to me. But Nate would always do some commentary that was just hilarious, and it was always fun to listen to him do his thing. And during that time, I got a couple nickname kind of stuff. Shad Two Bad Calves was one, because apparently I had big calves or whatever. But also with Logan, he had come up since some on the production crew. He had come up with Hulk Logan and Macho Shad. That was a fun nickname that he gave us. So yeah, just always a good time with Nate on the road doing shows from MAP, CEW, 3XW, Rugged Pro, all those shows that we did on the road trips. It was never boring. It was always kind of fun making fun of Donnie when he fell asleep every time and things like that. So it was always good times, within the family and brotherhood of Magnum Pro. So if I can just, tell Nate one more thing, it's just that I always looked up to him, and he was such a great guy, and I know he's going to be missed a lot. Thank you, Nate.
Growing up my whole life, every time I tell someone one of my dreams, they'd always have a reason why I couldn't do it, and would tell me that, these things aren't meant for you and guys like you. You should just worry about getting a job right out of high school and making sure that you can have money and support your family and blah, blah, blah. And I can basically break my life down into two sections. There's before wrestling, there's after wrestling. And the reason why I can do that is because when I started getting into wrestling, no matter what my dream was or what stupid thing I wanted to do or what I wanted to do with a character or outside of wrestling or anything, if I told Nate what a dream was and what I wanted to do, he never once told me it was stupid or that I couldn't do it. And so that's the thing that I'll carry with me for the rest of my life is
no matter what, when someone tells me a dream of theirs, I'll never tell them it's stupid. And so, I mean, if I could say one last thing to Nate, I'd sit him down and I'd go, Strife, you know, for better or worse, good or bad, there's a whole lot of motherfuckers around here who have this dream, and because you never told them it was stupid, they stuck around, and now I have to deal with them. But, you know, like I said, for good or bad, that's a really good thing, because you should never shit on anyone's dream. He never shit on mine, and that's why I'll always love Jaysin, Strife, Nathan Blodgett, till the day I die, and I'll run through a wall for him right now if he wants me to.
I have really struggled to figure out what I'm supposed to say right now. I think I've known Nate probably 11 years, if not longer than that. And pretty much from the jump, he and I became friends. There were long periods of time when he was about the only person I was sure had my back. Everybody's talking about wrestling, and obviously that was a big part of our relationship, but I think I have more Nathan Blodgett memories than I do Jaysin Strife memories. I've been told a lot throughout our friendship, because he was single most of it, except for a stint, that I was the closest thing to a girlfriend he had. Because pretty much where you'd find him, you could find me. He authorized me on all the Magnum accounts, and I'd have to go in and edit his posts because he went off the rails once again and called all our fans stupid and did the Nate thing. And usually about an hour later, I'd get a message that said, thank you. There were a lot of nights spent at his house, me just laughing at him because he couldn't get himself together for one extracurricular activity or another. I remember nights where we just sit on Messenger and talk about nonsense because one or both of us was struggling. When he first moved to Des Moines, he was really not in a good headspace. So every day when I woke up, I just messaged him that I love him. About a week in, he told me I had to stop because I made him cry in the morning. I said it right after he died, and I'll say it again. I don't know how I'm supposed to be here without you. But I do know that whatever happens next, whatever we decide to do next, we do it for you. Because you will never be replaced. And it's not even fair to make someone try to live up to that.
There's so much I could talk about. There's so many vacations to Colorado. Stupid nights playing Jackbox games in the living room and making up the stupidest names for each other we could possibly think of. Me randomly Amazon priming you 5-pound bags of gummy bears and you losing your shit over it. There have been a lot of times over the years where I'd get messages from the green kids pitching their ideas instead of them sending it to you because they wanted to make sure it sounded okay. There are a lot of times where things at shows would go wrong and you'd ask my opinion and what do you know happens? Whatever I suggested. You trusted me more than I think a lot of people ever have. You put a lot of faith in me. And I hope that I lived up to that. I'm gonna miss shouting Nathan across an empty venue because you keep scurrying off instead of doing what I need you to do to get ready for a show. I'm gonna miss chasing you down and sitting you down and telling you to focus on one thing instead of everything at once. I'm gonna miss you getting new tights and immediately turning to me and asking how your ass looked. But most of all, I'm just gonna miss you. And before I completely melt down, I love you, doll.
I first met Jaysin Strife, would have been, I guess, a total of 8 years ago. I went to the no-rope barbed wire match out in Council Bluffs for my birthday. Spent the entire show in the line, the beer line. Anyways, I met him, talked about trying out for wrestling or so on and so forth. He wanted me to do it, and for whatever reason didn't. Waited 6 years later, so I started training. In training, I got to meet Nino, Jameson, Garrett, and Kyle. We became the Moisty Boys. All the train group fell off, so it just became us three. So Donnie and Strife were with us the entire time, yelling at us, telling us how bad we were, and shitting on everything. So that's how I knew it was going to be with Strife. We became very close because after we finished training, we got to go up to MAP all the time. Which there was no pay, which is fine. You know, being the new kids, you don't get paid anyways. But somehow Strife always left with an envelope, and I thought that was really weird that he wasn't wrestling and he was getting an envelope and we got nothing. Still on to that. Basically, we got to travel the road with him for at least a good year and a half under his wing, under his tutelage. We all became very, very close. Him and I had a special relationship. He was close with all of us, but like him and I really close because we talk business and all these other things, and we're very similar personalities. We're a little rough for people meet first time. We come off the wrong way because we're very blunt and honest. So him and I are very good in that aspect. One of my favorite stories is it would have been probably my 5th match, maybe. It was after I almost dropped the trussing on Danny's head. I had to wrestle Yellow Dog. That was the story. He was going to make me pay for it. I'm walking out of the bathroom at Ramada as he's walking in, and he goes, "All right, man, let's put this match together." I'm looking around because it's the bathroom. He then proceeds to walk into the stall to go take a shit. And we put an entire match together while this man's taking a dump. And I'm not kidding. I stood there awkwardly outside of it, and he just acted like it was just normal. So I just knew from then on, like, this is what it's going to be like being around this guy. That, for whatever reason, makes me laugh, and I am going to forever miss him telling Garrett to shut the F up on all the roads. It feels weird not having that there anymore. His cackle laugh, and anybody who knows him knows exactly what I'm talking about. And then I guess another memory, I'm gonna feed you a lot of stuff. Another memory would be when we all went down to Texas. We stopped at Whataburger, and he proceeded to have a privilege shake that he told the worker about. And he laughed so hard that he passed out. And I'm not kidding. He was in the middle of his laugh and then just kind of stopped for a second and then snapped back and goes, "Oh God, sorry guys, I passed out." Then we had proceeded to laugh so hard in tears. There's just many stories on the road. I can tell you, most of them would probably get us demonetized on Twitch or any platform for that matter. If I had anything else to say to him, would be, I missed you. You meant everything to me. You will always be there because I always hear you in my head all the time when I wrestle. To go to have home, your heat's going too long, basically everything. You became my best friend, and it's hard to say bye to you. So I can't, because you're always going to be there. And I'm sure everybody's already said it. I can't say goodbye. It's see you later. So I miss you. I love you. And I always will. Thank you for everything. All right, I'm good.
I met Nate a long time ago. I was working at the Council Bluffs GameStop, and he'd come in all the time. And I had been to Magnum. I knew who he was, and I would just all the time. He'd come in. Oh, I'm gonna come train. I'm gonna come train and be there. To the point where he would be like, "Oh yeah, okay," like, because I never did. And then COVID happened, shut everything down, and he had made a post about training school, and I knew that it was now or never. Like, I want to do this, otherwise I'll never have an opportunity again. So I signed up. He had this old school training mentality. He's not going to sugarcoat it. My first day of training, I was 380 pounds. And he told me, if you're going to make this, you need to get in shape, you need to lose weight, or this isn't for you. That was day one. And I took that personally as a challenge. And then I spent the next 2.5 years just sitting under his learning tree all the time. Car trips, messaging each other, anything and everything in between. He knew I wanted to be a tag team wrestler, and he taught me that. He helped push me to the point of, I don't think I did anything right for the first year at all. Like, that's how passionate he was in making you better. Like, my first ever compliment was a show in DeSoto, Iowa. I was in the ring with James Storm. And after the fact, Strife came up to me and said, "James Storm said I trained you well. Way not to shit the bed." And that was a very proud moment for me, I'm not gonna lie. I can't thank him enough for that. He always pushed you to be better. He was very much the old coach, if I stop talking to you, I've given up on you. And I wanted to keep getting better and better and better because of that. Thank you for everything. I didn't deserve your kindness that you gave me. Thank you for pushing me all the time. Thank you for being a friend, a mentor. Thank you for helping me live my dream. I love you. I'm gonna miss you.
So, I don't know if I have a particular story or anything like that, but I turned 30 in April, and I met Nate when I was 13. I remember at night watching like those, I don't know why I was kind of going through television. I'd find those random channels where they're playing like the local television or whatever, and I found it was like an episode of MWA, and I saw Brian Blade doing an F5, and I was like, that's cool, I want to go there. When I went, it was the first ever show I went to, and Nate was on that show. I don't remember who he was wrestling, but he came out to like a Justin Timberlake song, and he had this weird gimmick. But when I was in line, these people were talking about a no-rope barbed wire match that was happening at this other company called PWP. And the main event was Hype Gotti versus Tony Cortez in a no-rope barbed wire. I wanted to go. Begged my dad to let me go. He let me go with my best friend at the time. And when we were at that show, music started playing. And the same guy that was on the MWA show with that weird gimmick, he came out, and I was like, it's that guy. And he was wrestling Vic Victory, and that match was nuts. It was the first time I had seen anything like that, and it just blew my mind. And I remember it, I just latched onto him at that moment, and I went over to the merch table and I talked to him, and he had all these like random DVDs for wrestling companies and stuff like that. And I spent every dime I had on them. At the time, I was working at Burger King when they would still hire you that young. And he didn't know it, but those DVDs were giving me something to do because my life at home was not phenomenal by any means. I'm not going to go into details, but it wasn't great. And I remember I kept buying every show I went to. I kept buying every single DVD he had, and it would give me something to utilize to escape the situation I was in at the time. And eventually, I think he started picking up on things, and at the time, I added him on MySpace because that was the thing, and I would just blow him up with messages, just questions and things like that, and eventually I started training, and everybody at the shows would also kind of feel like they were picking up on the situation. My dad would drop me off and then ask everybody for money, and everybody kind of created a safe space for me. And I remember Nate specifically, he would invite me to come over to his house to watch tapes, or to go with him to Glenwood to do tumbling, or to go to random shows, and it was things to pull me out of my situation so that I wouldn't have to deal with it. And it gave me something to do because everything was so bad that I just didn't care about, school. So I was, failing out. I didn't have anything to really go to. And he gave me wrestling. There was no reason I should have been in a ring. At the time I had my first match, I was 17. I had no business being in a ring, around a ring, but he allowed me to do those things. And he gave me a path for the next few years to make a way for myself and get away from my situation, and I'm gonna forever be grateful for that. And a few years after that, when I was at an extreme low point, I remember I reached out to him, and he's like a big brother to me. He's talked me off so many ledges and cliffs, and I'm 100% still around because of him. And it's obviously a little late, and I've learned to kind of let the people know while they're still around that you appreciate them, but I owe a lot, a lot to you. I owe my current career to you. You pushed me towards something for a life after wrestling. Just my brain sure wasn't going to let me do this for much longer. And I have a career because of this. I have a person because of this. Like, every single thing is because of the world of wrestling that you brought me into, has like led me to, you know, what's going on right now. And I'm really grateful, and I know that you have a lot of people here that are going to continue your legacy, and I'm one of them, and I'm hoping I can make you proud. Yeah. I love you.
I've probably been working with Magnum for about 8 years. Started off as a fan, going to shows. One day, somebody just didn't show up, and they needed somebody to work doors, and I was there. So that was how I got into Magnum. Filled many roles over the years, from working doors, working merch table, kind of running around doing whatever Nate needed me to do. And I was so thankful that I got to join this crew of people here, because when I moved here, I didn't have anybody else. And Magnum became my friends and family. And probably about 2 years ago, the one thing that I've heard through all of these stories is Nate gave me a chance. And Nate gave me a chance. He asked me if I wanted to do commentary. I've never done commentary. I never had the thought to do commentary. But he said, he's like, try it. It'll be fine. I'm sure that I was terrible. I've done commentary 3 times. They were all very bad. But the fact that he reached out and was like, you've been with us. I know that you know the product. I know you can talk to people. Try it. And not every company would say that. And from, again, all of the stories that I've heard, that's a very common theme with Nate is try it. I'll give you a chance. You don't have to be good at it, but you don't know till you try. And I would have never gone out on my own to request that chance. So very grateful for it. The one thing that I know from wrestling is that if someone trusts you with their money, they consider you a friend. And I've never once thrown the cash box in a ditch. So I think that, you know, Nate would consider me a friend because he trusted me with his money. And I was able to have fun every month with seeing all my friends and meet a bunch of incredibly cool people, get me into independent wrestling outside of Omaha, and to the point where I travel to go to wrestling shows. I've met almost all of my friends through wrestling. Everything that brings me joy in my life currently is because I started going to Magnum. And to Nate, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for everything, because I would not be mentally stable at this point in my life if I didn't have the constant of Magnum to know that it was always there for me. So thank you, Nate.
I met Nate when he was probably 17 or 18. I would say twice. I'd say 2 different things. I remember him being at shows with his friends. They called themselves the Disgruntled Fans, and they would generally be kind of, what rating can I do this?
I can believe.
Okay, so they were their thing was that they would be assholes at shows and kind of do silly stuff out in the crowd. So I would see him at those in his group. First time I met him singularly was there was some dilapidated pro wrestling gym in North Omaha, and he showed up in a shirt that said Nate Man, and very far later, and he was pretty excited when I last talked to him about the Nate Man tag, but that had been building for a while. So this, little skinny, twitchy, flippy kid showed up, and I'd work out with him. I wasn't I will never train someone, but I was just a body and would kind of run stuff. And I remember he would do unnecessary amounts of flipping. So we would do a monkey flip drill, and he would decide to over-rotate and land on his face, things like that. And I remember one night, because, kind of how you do it, he wanted to do Shining Wizards. So he proceeded to knee me in the face, quite a bit. And he was concerned, but it was just, he wanted to do it, so, have fun. So I have different perspectives than a lot of the people. So I watched him grow up from some scrawny kid who, had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and still a good kid at heart, and I watched him grow into a man. He loved wrestling, and he loved all of his boys. And I've seen, so in my perspective, there's lots of Strife guys, and they come in waves. So I'd see him take some guys under his wing, like Troy and Brian, and those guys, Joey, and in Iowa. He'd take them under his wing, show them the way, and then there'd be another wave where he'd take Nikki in and guys like that, guys like Jared, and then there'd be another wave. He would take in guys like Garrett, Jaysin, those guys. And so I would see him as he grew, you know, into a competent professional wrestler, and he grew into a man. You know, you can't throw a rock in a locker room within 10 hours of here and not hit a guy that, you know, he's touching some way. You know, him and TJ, he fought randomly. He just decided he was gonna fight. I think it was on 6 weeks' notice. Won that. So I just watched him grow up, and I wasn't, like, there's so many people that were closer to him. So I kind of, you know, we would hang out and talk and stuff, and he respected my opinion and, you know, what I had to offer. But it was just, I got to sit back and watch him grow as a performer and as a man, and I got to see him, like everyone has said, and like he kind of wanted to do, leave it better than he found it. So, yeah. So that's how I know Nathan Blodgett. I watched the little kid grow up into a man and make a lot of people's lives better. And it's like I told his dad, and I think if I could tell Nate this, like you should be proud because you had a hell of a life and you touched a lot of people in a very positive way. So that's what I'd tell him. And also, he should, in heaven, he should watch out for my grandma because the only pro wrestling match that she ever went to, he did the Candido spot. And so that may have been the last bare ass that she saw. So I don't think she got over it. So give her space, gradually say hi, and I'm sure you guys will get along fine. So that's what I got.
You know, a lot of people that you're going to see, they're going to talk about Jaysin Strife and professional wrestling, and I'll talk about that too because that's how Nate and I met, but I got to see a different side than a lot of people did. Nate and I got to work together every day. You know, 2017, we were acquaintances, we were friends, but you know, we didn't talk all that much. And then he put out a Facebook post and said, "Anybody know of any jobs hiring? I just want to do something different." So I sent him a message and said, "Hey, I manage a bank. Think you could do that?" And of course, I've got 22 degrees and all this stuff, and yeah, like, you know, oversold his accomplishments, I thought, and said, "Well, I'll get you an interview. I can't make any promises after that." Got him an interview, and then literally I told the guy in charge and said, "Listen, hire him. He'll kill it for you." And so one of the deals with hiring Nate, because at that point we started talking, that was the beginning of us talking literally every day. You know, we talk about wrestling, we talk about work. It took about 2 months for that entire hiring process to happen. And during that time, I just kept going, man, I don't know, they're interviewing this person. I already knew that he was getting hired. It's a bank, you have to go through all these different background checks. And I remember saying to the person who was hiring him, the only thing is you don't want to put us in the same branch because it could be trouble. And he was like, "Well, what do you mean? Do y'all not get along?" I was like, "Well, no, we get along just fine. That would be the problem." I was kind of the boss, and I just, you know, separated my lives. Fast forward like 6 months later, I was getting transferred to the branch that Nate was in. And I tried to push back, not because of Nate, but because of different reasons. And I said, "Okay, well, we'll get you over there and then we'll move Nate." I was like, no, don't do that. Let's just see how this works out. The very first day that we actually worked together, we were at a show in Minneapolis, and we got home at 6:30 in the morning, and call time for work was 8 a.m. And I remember dropping him off, and I'm not going to go into some of the other details because it might be a little embarrassing for some, but dropped him off at 6:30 in the morning and said, if you're 1 minute late, I can fire you. I just want you to remember that. At 8:29, Nate comes dragging in the door, just looking at me. I was like, oh, I've actually pushed you back to 9 o'clock. F you, Chris. We spent, it was almost a full year every single day, 6 days a week. And then, of course, another day we would be at a show or doing something that I got to spend with Nate. So I got to see a different side. And you know, go back and look through messages. We literally talked every day for 4.5, 5 years. And it wasn't always about wrestling, but a lot of it was. But when he had that first cancer and they knew they were gonna have to take do some cutting on him, we were talking about the details of that. And then we got interrupted by a customer. And I ran off and then came back and I came up with, it was probably this idea for Donnie or Duke or something. And I was like, oh, shoot, man, I'm sorry. You probably don't want to talk about wrestling right now. And he just snapped and was like, no, man, we can always talk about wrestling. No matter what, we can always talk about wrestling. You know, and that's, obviously the shows were fun. I remember when my business started to pick up in photography, I had to miss a lot more shows than I wanted to, and I'd be like, dude, I'm sorry. And he's like, go make that money. I'm not paying you what you're charging these people. You're ridiculous. And then one of the times I made the joke with him and said, you don't even care about my photos, right? You just like hanging out with me. He was like, yeah, well, Logan cares about your photos. The boys care about your photos. I don't give a shit. I just like when you're here. One of the biggest things that I'll never forget is what he did for my daughter Peyton. When Peyton was about 11 years old, they made a deal because Peyton wanted to train. She's always loved it. She's always been around it. She's smarter than everybody in the locker room, and she'll be the first one to tell you. And she talked to Nate, and she's like, I only want Nate to train me. And, you know, I had the conversation with Nate, and basically they'd come up with a deal that he was going to train her when she turned 14, but she couldn't start having matches till she was 16. There was all kinds of stuff with this deal, and she just turned 14 last year. And I remember right around when she turned 14, we started to know things were not looking great. And I was like, you know, do you still want to train? She's like, yeah, and I'll wait until my trainer tells me otherwise. So she wasn't giving up on Nate. Those two had a funny relationship. I'm to the point now I'm rambling instead of crying, so I apologize about that. But one of the last conversations that Nate and I had, of course, we brought it back to wrestling. That was after his mother yelled at him for cussing at everybody. He's actually cussing about Justin, right? And it was, you know, no matter what, even all the way until the last time I saw him, that's something that always stuck with me is we can always talk about wrestling. So, you know, no matter what you're going through, no matter how tough things are, you know, I've got a family that's sitting in here. And I mean, other than, you know, real life stuff, we can always talk about wrestling, and that was, there's so much that sticks out about Nate, but that was, as far as the stories that I can tell in this setting, that was the one that sticks out the most. So love you, man. Miss you.
Nate, I don't think I can fit into a 1-minute video everything I want to say to you, but your friendship has impacted me greatly. Even though I moved away, every time I came back to Omaha, we'd instantly reconnect, and it was like I never left. Every time I think of the great memories we had together, it just brings me immense joy. From meeting you in 2007 to all the times we'd work out, get into trouble in bars in Dundee and Omaha, and especially all the road trips you, Brandon, and I had. Just memories that will be with me for the rest of my life. I love you. still doesn't feel real to me, and I still can't quite comprehend it. You're truly bulletproof, invincible, and I have nothing else to say outside of I'm going to miss you, my dear old friend, and we will meet again someday.
So the story I want to tell about Nate is a little before a lot of the stories that I've been hearing tonight. The first time I met Nate, he was a 16-year-old kid that was coming to my shows in Sioux City. Him and his buddies, Havius, a few others that are still around, called themselves the Disgruntled Fans. They would stand up, turn their backs to matches, play Twister during the show, just be as obnoxious as they could to the parts of the shows they didn't like. Flash forward a year or two, and I'm talking to Nate about letting him start to wrestle for me. I believe it was more about the match than it was about the business, but I remember him telling me, I'm gonna do it better than this, than all of it. With that cocky look in his eyes, but that passion that was behind it. You know, I worked with Nate through them years, a few years in PWP. The night he threw me out of the ring, making a count because Zach didn't kick out, only to go 2 minutes more, hit 3 more moves, and still win. It didn't change that. I took a few years off in between, and Nate got a hold of me to come back to Magnum. We had talked a lot through that time. Nothing ever really came about it. But these last 10 years of working with him and seeing at Magnum, and then now hearing some of the stories tonight and seeing some of the outreaches, you know, I just want to say, Nate, you did do it better. You know, you gave a lot to this business. You showed your passion for it from the beginning. I can't think of a better way to remember you than to sit here with everybody and hear these stories. I hope that you know what you meant to all of us. I'm gonna miss you, kid. Love you.
My name is Tim Boston, and I'm here because I have a very daunting task of trying to summarize and explain my friendship with Jaysin Strife. I practiced this like 8 times in the car, and it was fine in the car, but I'm not in the car anymore. So, in the 10 years that I've known Nathan, it is safe to say without any sort of exaggeration or hyperbole that he has impacted my life like no one else has. Definitely in that 10-year time span, definitely. I had all these stories planned and I would type them out and then delete them because they were very personal and very cherished to me. And so I'll share one because it was a running joke between Nate and I up until his passing. The very first time I wrestled Jaysin Strife was September of 2015. And it was not only my first match against him, but it was my first match in front of a live crowd. And I was the dictionary definition of nervous. I was so scared about everything. I couldn't bump then. I can't now, whatever. And we had put together this match that was very simple, that capitalized on what I knew that I was capable of at the time, that made me look good. But the story that we were ultimately telling was one of student versus teacher, and we went over it probably to the point where he got tired of talking to me about it, and we kind of split up for a little bit, and the match before us started to finish up, and I knew that we were next. And so Strife, heels first, he was going to come out first, and I went over to him. I was like, hey, man, we're doing, and he put his hand up and took a drink of beer and then put his beer down and goes, shit's changed, and ran through the curtain. And I remember thinking, what does that mean? What are you going to do to me? What have I just gotten myself involved with? And that laugh, the phrase shit's changed, is something that we joked about for the last 7 years. When news started to circulate that Strife had passed, you literally saw people from around the world sharing stories and their condolences and their memories with Jaysin Strife. People that he had worked with, people that he had just rubbed elbows with, people that he had been in a car or a wrestling ring with, everyone shared something positive from him. And so many people said, you'll be missed. And they're right. But more importantly, he'll be remembered. Pro wrestling is what it is in Omaha, Nebraska, and Council Bluffs, Iowa, because of him. He is, without a doubt, the most driven and passionate person that I've probably ever met in my life. I know so many people that if they could take 1 year in his wrestling career and stretch it out to be their entire career, they would be happy. They would be so happy. But I saw Strife wrestle Evan Bourne and AJ Styles, Carlito, Mike Bennett. I mean, so many people, so many people that anybody else would just be happy to be in the same room with them. And he acted like it was just a thing he did. He was always pushing himself. He was always going to be better. And he was always saying, what I do today is going to set me up for success tomorrow. If you thought this show was good, the next one's going to be even better. Jaysin Strife, I miss you. I love you so much. You're a brother to me. And I want to say thank you for everything you've given me.
I said, excuse me, all you ingrates. You shut your mouth, you imbecile. Don't you have your hands?
Okay.
The scoop will be safe.
Can we get this turned up a little louder?
No.
No? There we go.
Here we go with our third matchup of Magnum Pro presents Drive-In Pro Wrestling. We've got tag team champions Popsicle, Donnie Pepper, Cold Stone Tim Boston faces the new tag team of the Kyles.
They call themselves the Monster Squad.
The
Kyle
Monster
and
Squad.
Kyle.
Okay.
The Monster Squad, Kyle and Kyle.
Okay. These guys look like a bunch of tools, if you ask me.
It's punching drywall at the speed of privilege. And the Monster Squad claimed to have put the Yellow Dogs out to pasture for the afternoon. They said they didn't have their immunizations. They didn't have their vet papers.
They didn't get their rabies shot, so they sidelined them. I see what's happening here.
So, they've stepped in to take on Popsicle here. Forgive me, I am not sure if this is for the titles or not, but they are the reigning and defending champs.
I guess we're ready to go.
Referee Jeremy calls for the bell, and it looks like it's going to be Donnie Peppergrit against
Kyle number one.
How do you classify
Let's call that Kyle number one. He came out first. That is Kyle Uno.
Kyle Uno.
We're calling it right now.
Starting
Kyle
in.
Uno.
And something about these guys just makes you want to hate them. The
My
backwards
skin is
hat
crawling
and
here,
and just like the bro shorts and the bro knee pads and the bro boots.
Seems like Donnie Peppergrit doesn't know exactly what to do here with this first Kyle.
And this is the first time we've seen the Monster Squad here in Magnum Pro.
It is the very first time. We got a little bit of a surprise here at Drive-In Pro Wrestling.
Yes, we do. Kyles are known to flaunt their ripped physiques and their drywall smashing ways.
Wow. Kyle number two is getting real mouthy over here in this corner.
Trying to encourage Kyle number one on. I bet they walk up and down every beach in this country just kicking sand in people's faces.
Probably.
Just talking down to them. All because they don't get their reps and
Drinking
their lats
their
in at the
monsters.
gym.
Oh, here comes Kyle Dose. Kyle Dose is in the ring. He seems more interested in mouthing off with fans than he does the actual matchup.
Right.
Though.
If he can flap his gums and work out his mouth and trash talk, let's see what he can do in the ring against somebody as big and as talented and as entertaining as Donnie Peppergrit.
Oh, Kyle Dose thrown to the mat. Just as he thinks.
And I don't think.
We got to spray him down. What is happening? So many quick tags here by the Kyles.
Exactly.
almost like they want to put in the least amount of work because they're so privileged and they're so entitled.
Is it the
they can
least
walk around.
amount of work, or is it these two don't actually know what the heck they're doing?
It could be a combination of both, Daisy. It's very hard to tell at this
Oh,
point.
and Kyle number 1 all the way across the ring again. Pepper Cricket making easy work of both the Kyles here so far.
And if there's anything a Kyle hates, it's when people are having fun, having a good time, rubbing it in their faces. They don't like to laugh. They don't like to joke around. They're ultra serious and they're ultra like...
Kyles do not like to get beat, as you can tell by the mouth on Kyle number 1 over here.
And what's with the spray bottles? I know we got an 80 or 90 degree day out here, but do they have
It's
to
really
spray
not
themselves
that. I mean,
every
they're
time?
corners in the shade, for God's sake.
Right.
Kyle number 1 putting the boots to Pepper Cricket here.
Grabbing the headlock, and we've seen this before. Anytime anybody tries to grab a submission move on Donnie Pepper Cricket, doesn't work out as well.
Hard shoulder there by Pepper Cricket. Kyle 1 is out and running away. Kyle 2 is going to go join him. They're going to sit on that tank and discuss exactly what they need to do, probably.
Is it just me, or are they taking a breather? There's no timeouts in wrestling.
They need a monster break by the looks of things here. We need a monster break.
We've seen wrestlers with their own drink endorsements. We've seen wrestlers who are endorsed by Bang and come out with Bang energy drinks. Now these guys need a monster break. What is this business coming to?
And excuse me for saying, but Monster is the worst choice, I personally believe. The Kyles suck is the chant we've got going on here. I can't say that I disagree. Not a big fan of the Kyles. I'm not sure anyone is a big fan of the Kyles, except for the Kyles.
Exactly. And these fans have a great view of the action, whether it's right in front of the ring here or up on the hill. They've got a perfect view of the action here this afternoon, and I think it's a unanimous dislike for both Kyles at this point.
Kyle number 2 has a mullet going on over here. I mean, oh, they want water. The crowd here wants water. It's a warm day. That seems like a fair bet. Kyle number 1 gearing up, thinking he's going to get some kind of leg up here. What are they doing?
Oh, playing the race card. Asking Donnie to wipe up the mat.
Leave it to the Kyles.
Exactly.
Oh, come on! Ask him to clean up the ring, and then he kicks him right in the gut.
Also putting the boots to Boston, isolating Boston from his partner.
Well, it looks like this is probably the only way the Kyles are going to get a leg up in this match, if you ask me. Pepper Cricket with a slam right into the side. Kyle Uno is out, and Kyle Dose is in.
Kyle Dose, the smaller of the two Kyles, will he fare any better against
Looks like he's going to go for a ride.
Donnie Pepper Cricket and every team. Big splash. That usually spells the end, but not for Kyle.
He's got so much monster in him that slam didn't even affect him.
The taurine and the vitamin B12 coursing through his veins is giving him a
we
resurgence
got both
of some kind.
Popsicle in the ring right now, taking on Kyle Dose, getting him all twisted and turned.
Double arm ringer.
Oh, there's a little bit of confusion here between. There we go.
Boston with the cover. Only 2.
Kyle 1 trying to get himself interjected here, but it doesn't look like he pulled it off. Boston now going for Kyle Dose.
Some Kyles kick out at 2, but these Kyles kick out at 1. That just shows how entitled and conceited they are.
It's the monster, I swear to you. It's definitely the monster going through their veins right now.
Leapfrog by Boston.
Oh,
Turns around with
another
a
slam
splash.
into the ring. Kyle Dose still getting no. Why are they both named Kyle? This is so confusing.
Exactly.
I think that's Kyle 2. This is Kyle 1. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Change the spelling or something. Make it easier for us commentators.
Went for a slam and no one's home. Kyle, that one. Boston stole a hat here, it seems.
And every team that has faced Popsicle has to deal with the athleticism of Boston and then the girth, for lack of a better term, of Donnie Pepper, the fun-loving guy who likes to dance around, and the technician of Boston. deadly combination, but the Kyles seem to be handling it so far.
Well, and for much as Donnie Pepper Cricket likes to dance, he's also a very well-seasoned pro wrestler. He knows what he is doing in that ring.
In addition to being deceptively agile, you would think a 300-pound guy like himself would be able to go off the top rope and fly through the air with the greatest of ease, but he doesn't with anybody.
Oh, Kyle something going for the knee there. And a hot tag to the other Kyle.
And I just know that these Kyles are going to take advantage of every single second of the 5 count the referee gives them.
I don't like these Kyles, Pete. I don't like them one bit.
I would imagine no one does.
Pepper Cricket. Boston still. I'm so confused. That was Tim Boston getting out of the pin. Kyle, whatever, blowing a snot rocket towards the
crowd
fans
trying
here.
to will Boston on, trying to get Popsicle back into this contest. Donnie trying to interject himself, but referee Jeremy trying to shoo him out.
Missing the gang up in the corner here of the two Kyles.
Taking full advantage of that double team.
This is absolutely ludicrous over here.
Tag to, let's just call him Kyle Black.
What about Little Kyle?
Yeah.
Little Kyle and Big Kyle. Little Kyle is up now. Little Kyle is hoisting Boston up in the air for a slam.
Scoop slam right in the center of the ring.
Going for perhaps the pin, but Boston still gets kicked out.
Rear chin lock.
Begging for that tag, but he just can't quite get close enough.
And say what you want about the Kyles. They've been able to cut the ring in half. They've been able to show good ring awareness. But I think this ring is too good for them. This show is too good for them. These people are too good for them.
That's the vibe I'm getting here too, Pete. Boston getting a little bit of a lead, but not for long.
Kick right to the face by
Another
Little Kyle.
tag by the Kyles. Big Kyle coming in versus Little Kyle. Oh boy.
And that bandana on Little Kyle just makes me hate him even more.
Absolutely. Look how tight those shorts. How do you even wrestle in those shorts?
Exactly.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
It's a wonder how he can breathe at this point.
Oh, what is Big Kyle doing? Oh, God. Oh, poor Tim Boston. All he wants to do is get that tag in.
Just using that weight on the spine of Tim Boston.
Kyles are doing an excellent job of keeping their opponent isolated in the middle of the ring.
Say what you want, but that is good tag team wrestling. As much as Popsicle cuts the ring in half and isolates their opponents, the Kyles be turnabout fair play.
Boston looking for a cheer from the crowd. Got to his feet. Swift elbow to the gut of Big Kyle, I guess.
Trying to create the separation.
Boston needs to make a break to get to Pepper Cricket.
Elbow right to the side of the head by Big Kyle on Cold Stone Tim Boston at this juncture.
Big Kyle telling his partner he doesn't need a tag. He's got to keep going.
Big Kyle has slowed down the cryonic redneck here in the early going of this match. Donnie trying to will the crowd on. You can hear the people clapping. You can hear him chanting. You can hear the horns honking. It's a tremendous atmosphere here at Drive-In Pro Wrestling.
Boston getting his footing back under him. Oh no! Yeah!
Neckbreaker by Boston.
Boston needs to get to that corner to get his tag in before Kyle does.
Boston in the wrong corner. He's gonna have to
They're
get
gonna
over there
have
and
to
make
switch.
the count.
They're gonna have to switch to make any leeway in this matchup. Kyle's on the opposite side. Boston's on the opposite side. Oh, Kyle too trying to hand off that monster before Boston makes it to Pepper Cricket.
There's the
but
tag.
There we go.
Donnie Pepper Cricket is a house of fire at the moment. Just teeing off on Little Kyle.
He is taking Little Kyle to the mat right now. Pepper Cricket is charged up. He didn't need no monster to get going in this matchup. He is ready.
Exactly. No amount of what Monster's made of is going to help Donnie. He already has that enthusiasm and that spark. And
Big Kyle's not even supposed to be in there right now. What's happening?
Big Kyle taking advantage of the
Referee
referee's
Jeremy needs to get a hand up on this match here. Two Kyles in a corner.
Kyle Sandwich, hold the mail, bro.
Here we go. Oh, no. Oh,
Kyle,
no.
Referee Jeremy in front of him. Referee Jeremy is down.
We need an. Oh God, the Kyles are at a real advantage here right now. Oh no. Get the drywall.
Calling for
What is
drywall.
happening right now?
Referee Jeremy's out of commission.
This isn't a drywall match. What is happening? Oh, God. Oh, man.
Is this a construction site or something?
I don't know what these Kyles are doing. Someone needs to come out here and control these Kyles. We got monsters, we got drywall, we got a referee down. This is nonsense.
Daisy, I think they're going to put either man through that drywall, and that cannot be good for Tim
Unfortunately,
Boston
it looks
or
like
Donnie.
Boston's going to be the unlucky member. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. We need another
Big
referee.
Kyle's in the corner. Referee
We need
Jeremy's
another
still
referee
down.
out here. Stat.
In comes Big Kyle.
Oh,
Spears his
Kyle
partner.
speared Kyle.
Spears his
Oh,
partner.
no.
Kyle speared Kyle.
Oh, he thinks he won.
Kyle speared
number one
Kyle.
thinks he won. But
Stunner.
there we go.
Stunner by Boston. Donnie going up.
He's
it
going
could be
up.
time for the Donnie driver on little
And
Kyle.
come on, we need a ref. We got to get this ref going
Referee
over here.
Jeremy coming too.
He's awake. He's awake, but he's not counting yet.
1, 2. That's gonna do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the match by pinfall, the Magnum Pro Tag Team Champions, the world's greatest pop icon, Donnie Pepper Cricket, and Cold Stone Tim Boston, Popsicle!
Popsicle getting that win off, but not for the lack of cheating from the Kyles.
The drywall certainly backfired. And here's an interesting question. Have we seen the last of the Kyles here in
I
Magnum
sure
Pro?
hope so,
As
but
do
I wouldn't
I.
guarantee anything.
Popsicle coming away with the win.
Still tag team champions. Here at Magnum Pro presents Drive-In Pro Wrestling.
Who's going to be the next team to try and take those titles away? The Kyles are unsuccessful.
It's hard to
Drywall
say.
and all.
Hard to say.
I really don't remember when I met Jaysin Strife. Everybody else has been really good about naming the exact time and date and place, and I don't remember. I feel like I've known him my entire life. As the days go on, I really think that we're like Siamese twins separated at birth because we were just so much alike. We're very stubborn. We have OCD about the silliest things in life, but that's just the way we were. That it had to be our way or it wasn't right. And you know, things that wouldn't matter to anybody else, it had to be perfect. And many of the times we had to do things ourselves because we just didn't trust other people. And we butted heads a lot. And I think we were just so much alike. And oftentimes I was the one that had to reel him back into reality. And it always broke my heart because he was so excited about so much. And I just had to be like, yeah, man, I know that's what you want, but it's not going to work. It's not realistic. And he'd always be like, damn it, TJ. You're right, but I really want this one thing. And I'm just like, I know. But it's not going to work. I know, you just can't get caught up on this one thing. And he would just be so excited. And I hated ruining things for him. But I think that even though we didn't know each other for a long time, we talked all day, every day. I truly believe that he told me hopes and dreams that he never told anybody else in the entire world. I think he told me his doubts and insecurities that I don't think he told his best friends or his family or anybody in the world. I used to joke and say that if it wasn't for Jaysin Strife, I would be happily married with kids or I'd be dead. I know 1,000% true that I would be dead right now if it wasn't for Jaysin Strife. He was my best friend. He was a coach. He was a promoter. He was a business partner. He was everything. He made me fall in love with professional wrestling, which took me back to MMA and boxing and bare knuckle and Muay Thai, and then back to pro wrestling again and just everything. And I don't know where I'd be without him. He gave me my gym. I think that he gave up his dream of running a professional wrestling school so that I could continue my dream of running a successful gym. I regret that decision every single day of my life. But I am so grateful for the opportunities that he's given me, and I'm sorry. And I hope that you forgive me someday, but I know that you don't need to do that, because I can just hear you say, "It's no big deal, Bubba." And he was just on to the next journey, but he's given me everything in life, and I will never be able to repay him. And I miss him so much. There's so many stories I could tell forever, but he's given me life, and like I said, we're just both so stubborn, and we're hard-nosed coaches, and I just feel like at times he was ungrateful of things, and like I said, I've definitely been extremely ungrateful, and I feel like I've had a lot of heat in life with a lot of people. I always feel like he gave me the shortcuts in pro wrestling, and a lot of people didn't like me and still don't, and that used to upset me very much, but I would only tell him that. And I'd be like, "Man, nobody's giving me feedback, nobody's helping me, nobody likes me," and he's just, "Don't worry about them, just worry about you." And so what's he do? In like my third match ever, he books me against a WWE vet. Like, that's gonna help this situation. And then after that, what's he do? He gives me the tag team belts, and I'm like, "Man, you are giving me a lot of heat on top of the heat I already have." So what's he do? He gives me the championship title, and I'm a first ever double champ. Like, dude, I don't want all these opportunities. You're giving me too much. And he's just, again, he's given me everything ever, and I cannot sit here and think of one thing that he has ever asked. Not a single, not even for me to go buy him a roll of duct tape. He's never asked me for one thing ever, but he has given me everything, even if I didn't want it. And he just always said, "Just worry about you, I'll take care of everybody else." And I'm just so grateful for that. And yeah, I don't have any other stories. I just love him, and I miss him, and I'm trying to be more grateful of life, not understand that it's too short, and to not hold grudges, and stay off social media so I don't upset people, because life's really too short. It doesn't, it doesn't matter. Sometimes without being too serious, I try and pop the boys and not really think about other people in life. And that was my favorite thing, was just to make him laugh, no matter at whose expense it was. I'm gonna miss talking to him every day. I just really miss it. And I want to say, Jaysin Strife, I love you. I'll never be able to repay you, but I hope that you know how much you meant to me.
That worked really well.
I'm glad we got this worked out. And you see the man on your screen. Jaysin Strife. Just to recap the 2021 he has had thus far at Magnum Pro. At Anniversary in January, he took the NWA World Heavyweight Champion Nick Aldis to the absolute brink of losing his title, coming up just short. And then last month, just an absolute war with Christian Rose, and able to really overcome 2-on-1 odds.
Well, yeah, Midnight Guzzery ringside definitely participated in that matchup more than he probably should have.
And now Jaysin Strife has an opportunity to score a win over the man he trained. I always love these mentor versus mentee matchups at Magnum Pro, but TJ Benson has definitely spread his wings and flown on his own since those days at the Magnum Pro Dojo.
With this one, there's an interesting dynamic because Bad Boy, Triple B, when it comes to big matches, he can perform, he can show out, and he can stand out. As far as Jaysin Strife goes, his last couple years, he's just a little too short. He just doesn't have the arms long enough to box with God. When it comes to the big matches, he can't seal it. Whatever it is that's stopping him, he cannot do it.
Where are all these championships coming from?
It is just... Is this like a video game? They just keep reaching under the ring and finding stuff?
Oh, God. Now he's got 3.
Jushin Thunder Jaysin Strife starting to drip in gold out here.
I mean, if these fans aren't going to defend the belts, he has to do it.
TJ go? Hey, he is legit going to an idol like this.
And you know what this is? This is Jaysin Strife getting in the head of TJ Benson already. TJ Benson tries to come out here playing it cool, acting like he's not in the least bit intimidated by his former trainer. And this is what Jaysin Strife does.
Well, here's the problem. Jaysin Strife is getting mighty distracted over here, racking up the belts in the corner.
And now fans are rushing the ring with extra belts.
We have more belts. Jaysin Strife is slowly becoming the most decorated man in the history of professional wrestling. Oh, we've even got some historic titles in this now.
Man.
Some memorabilia from the
TJ
Nebraska Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame.
I think TJ is just annoyed at this point.
TJ's dipping. He's done. He's out.
Taking off.
Hey, TJ, if you're heading to concessions, my beer's getting empty. I think you heard me.
God, can he even get in the ring with all those? We're about to find out.
I'm more interested to see if Pete can get out of the ring.
There are more belts.
There's 2 more over
More
here.
belts.
What the hell?
I didn't realize this match was for every title in human existence.
Oh, TJ Benson's coming back.
I finally figured it out. This is what he means by shutting him down and opening up shop.
He's opening his own belt shop.
This is the shop. And here I thought
to have a beer over there in the corner.
Here I thought he was talking about drugs. No, it was belts the whole time.
That's fair.
Gosh. TJ Benson. I think he's had enough of Jaysin Strife's antics here to start this We haven't even started the match. Does Jaysin Strife even remember who all those belts belong to?
Probably not. I think he's enlisting the help of the crowd over here.
Coward, he should defend them all. Put all of them on the line.
I mean, I do subscribe to the belief that if you're going to bring a belt to a wrestling show, you should be required to defend that belt.
Tweet at us right now as you're hearing the sound of our voices. Tweet at Magnum Pro, hashtag Jaysin Strife should defend every belt. We got to work on that hashtag. That's a lot.
We need to shorten it a little bit.
And now we are going to get down to business here.
Might be match time here, finally.
One of your advertised main attraction matches here at Need for Speed.
Nothing gets by that, fan.
No.
Nothing at all.
That one right there.
You just got done carrying a ton of belts.
I thought Midnight Guthrie was in the crowd. I looked over and saw a captain's hat and I had a flashback. I think Jaysin Strife did too from the concussion he sustained from that cattle prod.
That's probably true.
Can't forget about that. Jaysin Strife took a lot of punishment last month.
I'm hearing a TJ sucks chant going on here.
Hey, they said it.
TJ does suck. That's why he's Triple B now. That's not his identity. He's moved on. He's not TJ Benson. He's not tagged up with that giant clown JC Slater anymore. He's a man on his own.
Yes, he is a big bad boy out there.
I think big might be a stretch.
Well,
he's 7 foot tall. What are you talking about?
It's all in semantics. And here we go. Collar and elbow tie up to start off this match. And you know, it goes without saying, this is going to be fast-paced, back and forth, hard-hitting. Everything that Jaysin Strife's done lately has been exciting. And honestly, I got to say the same thing about Triple B, TJ Benson.
True. I'm excited to see what TJ Benson is going to bring to the table here tonight, as long as it's from him. When Damian State crawls out from under that ring, because you know it's going to happen at some point in time, things change.
And TJ Benson hates losing. Anything that he does, whether it's his business, his MMA career, or his career here at Magnum Pro and in professional wrestling. And unfortunately, he's been on the wrong side of a few matches lately. So we know that TJ Benson's going to come into this thing very, very pissed off. But he doesn't show it. He is calm, he is cool, and he is collected inside the ring. To an extent.
From what we just saw of him mocking the fans, I don't know that I can say that that's true.
We know that TJ Benson does not respect anyone that buys a ticket to come to this show.
I don't know. I think you could just end that sentence that TJ Benson does not respect anyone, personally.
He's happy they pay his bills, but that's about as far as that love affair goes. No, we no more of this. Fans, stay where you are. Wrestlers, stay where you are.
We do not need a repeat.
Do not need the police showing up at another Magnum Pro show.
Please, no.
It gets hot in here, but save the rioting for afterwards.
To whoever called that in, we were not all drunk.
I was.
Well, yeah, but that's to be expected.
Joey was all drunk. Not everybody was drunk, though.
I was all the drunk. Now here you see TJ Benson with that strike right to the thigh of Jaysin Strife. That'll cause a Charlie horse in an instant.
It's not a game that Jaysin Strife wants to play. Old Triple B, he's been playing this game for a very long time. Strife's going in there to play checkers, and TJ's in there playing chess.
I always thought of Benson as more of a Parcheesi guy. Anyways,
he's the guy who plays Uno and then makes up the own rules about where you can reverse a reversal. That's really a jerk move, and they've already tweeted that you can't. That's a whole diatribe for another time. Right now,
you know what? There's nothing worse than a guy who plays house rules, though. But we know TJ Benson's a house rules kind of guy.
He is. As long as they do him favors.
You know, I tried to get a word with Jaysin Strife before this match, but he was heavily into his pre-match preparation in the back. I want to know, and this is exactly what I wanted to ask him. How are you going to change your style? Because we know Strife loves going to the mat, but TJ Benson, that is where he has made a living. That is where he will break you. Strife here already, holding his own, though. Benson's so dangerous if he wants to stand and trade with you strike for strike. and even more dangerous if he can get you on the mat with a body part isolated.
He's a dangerous man. If you're at arm's reach, he can get you. If you are within arm's reach, he can choke you faster. If you get in his guard, it's a bad time for you regardless, because you'll find yourself on the mat.
Now again, TJ Benson here going after that thigh of Jaysin Strife. Oh, big kick. Strife about backflipped out of that. He kicked him so hard. Oh, leg DDT. And Duke Cornell, you know all about this. I've seen you on more than one occasion soften up a thigh. What happens is that blood flow instantly starts to swell in that area. That Charlie horse starts to set in, and your leg just can go numb.
That's right. You got to keep in mind, Jaysin Strife, he likes to close out these matches with a shining wizard. If he cannot run and he cannot put a knee into a man's face, he cannot win.
Jaysin Strife, who we've heard throughout the years, he has had some health issues, still refusing to stay out of the squared circle. And I thought I saw TJ Benson maybe taking a kidney or a liver shot there early on. If Benson knows there's any weakness in Jaysin Strife, he is going to isolate it and pinpoint it and attack.
Well, and there's not two people that know each other anywhere near as well as these two do.
These guys have spent countless hours together.
But they are both competitors, and they both want to prove that they are the best. Like you said, though, this is about respect. This is about Jaysin Strife teaching TJ Benson respect. The way he's treated, honestly, the Magnum Pro locker room.
Everyone.
The way he's treated Yellow Dog in particular, who is just the goodest of boys.
The best boy. There's no denying.
But right now, TJ Benson showing Jaysin Strife that a lot has changed since the last time they were in the ring together.
Let's see, TJ smart. He softened a body part and then he moved on to another, so Strife will change his guard to the new part, and when it comes time, TJ can pick apart what he's already been working on.
Benson with that variation of an arm bar, arm lock cinched in, really starting to separate the shoulder from the meat. We'll come behind with a hammer lock here. Yeah, TJ, you see the intelligence there, keeping his head down, digging that shin in so he doesn't get caught with an elbow, but there is Jaysin Strife, the veteran of professional wrestling, able to counter and now try to take advantage.
Strife almost seemed like he was biding time there for the perfect moment to grab the upper hand.
We said at the top of this match, it was going to be back and forth. These two know how dangerous one another are. And oh, what great transition from TJ Benson. Looking for a leg there. Nope, Strife able to roll himself to the ropes though. Able to break that hold. You see how fluid TJ Benson is when he's on the mat. Most guys, oh, what a chop. I say most performers try to keep their back off the mat, but you see how smooth TJ Benson even works from that position.
Well, his history in MMA has probably made him better on his back than a lot of professional wrestlers are.
And I always turn into a turtle. Now you see Benson again right back to that leg. He has really found a weakness in Jaysin Strife. As Duke said earlier, oh, going for a cover here though.
Not a solid cover, didn't get enough chest to chest.
Had the right idea of hooking the leg and pulling that body weight over on top of Strife, but you're absolutely right, Duke. You've got to get your chest on top, get that lateral press.
That's twice I've been right.
I'm not going to make a habit of telling you that anymore tonight.
I'll keep being a habit of being right, though.
Oh, and here we go. TJ Benson now, for the first time here tonight, really trying to cinch in a submission hold. He's softened up that leg, and now...
Referee Jeremy doing a great job noticing that TJ's on the rope there.
Yes, he is. Interesting variation here, almost like an Indian deathlock of sorts. That's what TJ Benson knows how to do. Some of the submissions that I see him put on people are so innovative and creative. Well, again, he has got that leg hooked, and Jaysin Strife cannot get free. Well, that's one way to break a hold.
Can't get free, so he's just going to punch him in the head.
A referee here going to go ahead and let it go. Let that closed fist go as he drives it into the side of the head of TJ Benson.
You got to love a referee that understands that this is a little more personal than just for a paycheck.
That's right.
There's animosity here. Things need to get settled. Sometimes there's a closed fist. Sometimes you got to go after a man's eyes. But whatever settles a personal issue, as long as the referee can understand and there's one that definitely grasps the gravity of this, it's going to work in everyone's favor. Oh! These fans will be entertained. Ooh, right where he chews food.
TJ Benson looked like he didn't know where he was there for a second. I don't know if the heel of Jaysin Strife's going to make you find your bearings very quickly.
Not at all.
If anything, it'll help you lose them fast.
Now Jaysin Strife, you see here, just trying to come to his feet. He's in pain. The swelling, I'm sure, underneath the black and blue trunks, black and blue tights here of Jaysin Strife. Is that brown?
It is brown.
Well, this is a good time to tell you I'm colorblind.
I can kind of relate.
I know, they stabbed out the eye that saw the colors.
It's true, all the rods and codes are gone. Big reversal here.
Oh, and TJ Benson here, great job shutting down what little momentum Jaysin Strife was starting to build and able to put that sleeper hold. It looks like he has that thing cinched in fairly snug.
Crowd without a doubt rallying behind Strife.
TJ Benson, he doesn't care if you like him. He doesn't care if you're a fan of him. He'd probably prefer that you aren't.
I think you're right.
And now, Benson just may choke out Jaysin Strife. Strife now, if Benson is able to get that full body scissors locked in out of this hold, this is over. Oh, there it goes. He's got one leg wrapped around.
Oh,
no. Duke, you've been here before. What does Jaysin Strife need to do?
Caught in that. He just needs to find a way to reverse that pressure so he can open up his wind again. He needs to find a way to turn into it. He needs to find a way to just pick that lock on it.
Jaysin Strife somehow getting to his feet here.
Strife able to charge in the buckle. Benson chest first. What a lariat!
They don't teach you that in MMA.
No, they do not. Now Jaysin Strife starting to feel it here. Those judo thrusts to the chest of TJ Benson.
You gotta wonder how wise it is to be running on a leg that's been beat up like that.
But Strife starting to feel it here. Coast to coast as Benson's head is just getting rammed into those turnbuckle pads. The Omaha Convention Center starting to feel it. They're starting to get behind their guy, Jaysin Strife. TJ Benson is just an autopilot. Spinning heel kick. Is it enough?
TJ Benson still finding enough wherewithal to get his shoulder up.
Strife there again. Needed a little more pressure across the top. We've established you must hook the leg and get that full lateral press.
You've got to get chest to chest, otherwise it's easy to roll that shoulder.
You came here for some hot wrestling action. You're also getting yourself a wrestling education on how to win.
And as much as we talk about TJ's combat background and how well versed he is on his back, on the ground, on his feet, at the same time, for almost 15 years, Jaysin Strife has been a professional wrestler. Wrestler being part of the job title. He does know his surroundings. He's very familiar with where he's at, and he's very much comfortable.
Oh. Right now, he looks a little uncomfortable as TJ Benson just stalling German, hooks it with the bridge. Wow. I've never seen TJ Benson just pick someone up and parade him around the ring like that before.
That's part of being Triple B, is doing everything that he never thought he could do. Now he's doing everything he can.
Strife needing to answer the count of 10. A referee here at 4. Oh, and Strife may be in trouble here. He is dead weight for Triple B.
He's probably still coming back from that chokehold a little bit. And then he can't even stand real well because of all the work on his leg. Prove me wrong.
Knee. Oh, and Jaysin Strife.
Almost as if he heard you right at that moment.
Oh, step up in Zaguri, and Benson is seeing cobwebs. Able to get the shoulder up, but Jaysin Strife is starting to feel it now.
That was instinct because that kick caught him right behind the ear. There's no way that TJ consciously thought to roll that shoulder up.
Oh, Benson answers with his own pop-up knee. Super kick!
Brought receipts.
Oh, Pele from TJ Benson! Stealing a page right out of Jaysin Strife's book.
That he did. I think both men here are just going on fumes at this point.
That was close. That was a close count. But again, it comes back down to a poor pin.
That Pele kick. Darn near disrespectful to use that against Jaysin Strife. Strife here, though, you can see, coughing here, trying to get his wind. You're absolutely right, Duke. That sleeper hold has really, really caused some damage to Jaysin Strife's windpipe.
Triple B climbing the ropes.
What is it? Wait, what is this? Is that Yellow Dog?
It is!
Yellow Dog!
Yellow Dog out to get his revenge.
Good boy!
The good boy's not even supposed to be here tonight. Coming to help his friend.
It's a good boy out here leg humping the bad boy. I don't know. Something about bad boys does it for everyone, even the Yellow Dog.
Oh, Benson looking for that big flying headbutt. No one!
Strife enough time to figure out where he was. Get those knees up.
Benson here, his legs are woozy. And Strife capitalized. Oh, could it be time? Shining Wizard!
There it is. And that is all she wrote.
And the interference. Well, forget, I'm not even calling interference. Yellow Dog here coming out to get a little revenge on TJ Benson.
The interference high.
Oh, the Yellow Dog here joining us at commentary. What happened out there, Yellow Dog?
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Lassie's in the well? No. Yes? Yes, Lassie's in the well. We gotta go. Full disclosure, I do not speak dog.
No, me neither.
He's pretty insightful.
So, it's hard to really put into a small amount of words the things that I want to say about the man that I know as Nathan Blodgett, that I also know as Jaysin Strife. I remember several times being a child, and I mean a very small child. Nate has always been involved with our family, with the Proslow family. He was my older brother's best friend, and they would travel and they would go and wrestle. And I remember being a kid one night, and there was one of the channels on cable, and it was a Spanish channel. So I couldn't hear the commentary, I couldn't hear anything, and I just remember seeing my brother and Nate wrestling a match, and Strife has my brother up in this big muscle buster, and I only caught the finish of the match, and I remember for like the next couple of weeks remembering that my brother was just on TV with his best friend. And since then, that's kind of when the inspiration and the dreams started to really happen for me. Nate would always pick up my brother and, go to the pool, and we would go along sometimes, and he was always like the life of the party. He was always the man. Every time he walked into an area, into the pool, into a gym, into anywhere, he was the man, and he just had that aura about him that you just know, like there's something special about this guy. And I've looked up to him for so long that I didn't really understand what I was getting into when I started to look into what professional wrestling is about and learning about the in-ring psychology. And I'll never forget when I actually made the decision, fresh out of high school, just got my heart broken by some girl that, I'm young, but my heart's broken. And he was running schools, and he was charging, I think it was $1,200 to $1,500 to get trained for pro wrestling, and it was in his garage. And he was at work, and he worked at Enterprise at this time, and I just got off work, and I only had $800, and I walked into his office while he was working, and I remember him sitting there looking at me, and I came in with the cash in my hand, And, you know, he was all dressed up for work. He had the suit and tie, and he was tan, and he had the hair slicked back. And I remember him looking at me, and he was like, "You're really going to go through this, huh?" And I never really understood the connection that he had with my older brother. I just knew that they were best friends. And, yeah, from that moment on, our relationship just kind of grew and grew and grew. And he started just beating the hell out of me in his garage in the summertime, just running me through bumps all night for hours, 3 days a week. He would train and train and train us. And he expected nothing less than perfection and nothing less than everybody to give it their best. He was the first person that actually started to teach me about learning to take care of my body and to diet and to train properly in proper form and everything with the weights. I needed to get out, and he gave me my fresh start. He asked me if I wanted to go move with him to Des Moines, and I gave up my job. I had no money saved. I gave up my car. I went out there, complete fresh start, and we got this apartment. And this was about the time where, you know, I'm starting to get some reps under my belt in the ring, and I'm starting to really understand the psychology, and I got that little cocky, arrogant, you know, personality going, and I'm feeling myself a little bit. So we move in and we get separate rooms because we needed separate rooms, and because we had a lot of fun out there. But I remember traveling all around back home for Magnum shows, back all around Minnesota, Wisconsin, Arkansas. Like, we would go everywhere, and almost every locker room that I've been a part of, I always expected Nate to be somewhere in the corner, somewhere up at the bar, hanging out with some lady. I always expected him to be somewhere to have some advice for me about how I could better my in-ring psychology and better, you know, my mannerisms, or how I would show my in-ring presence. And those are the things that I always looked up to him about. I never expected, you know, being a child and loving wrestling for as long, like everybody here does. And, you know, those larger-than-life superstars, you looked up to that. I looked up to him. He was that. Everywhere we went, he was that. Walked into a room with that grin on his face, beer in the hand, his gear. Once he would get suited up and he'd go out there and that music would hit, it was like a switch, and he just turned that volume up a little bit more, and everybody just knew that this guy was someone special. He's always been someone special to me. He's always been there right by my side. And it's a little difficult to put into words just how much I miss him, how unreal all of this is, but I can still hear him in the back of my mind going, wuss, or, you know, something along those lines. Maybe not as respectful as calling me a wuss, but I'm gonna miss him a lot. And when I needed him most, he was always there. He was always a phone call away. He took me into his home when I had nowhere to go. He mentored me, took me under his wing, and for that, I just don't really know what to say other than I love you, Nate. I'm gonna miss you very much.
I've known Nate since we were 5 years old. His church used to have a van that came around my neighborhood and picked up any of the kids that wanted to go on Sundays. And that's how I met him. Found out he lived right there by the church, and we used to just play in his backyard and go to church, mess around. Before there was anything wrestling related. I've always been a wrestling fan since I was 4, but I had no idea that he was at all interested in wrestling until we were in our teens, and then I started to see him. He talked about ECW, and I had never watched it or heard of it. WWF/WWE was my thing, and he kind of opened my world to other types of wrestling. As we got older, we found some more guys, and we started our own backyard wrestling organization. It was known as CBW, Council Bluffs Wrestling. It was me and Nate and Cody Murphy. Zach James was part of it. BJ. And we both decided that we were going to start training to be actual wrestlers. My parents would not sign off on that. So Nate started before me. And I was there for his first match against Blade. It was in a tiny gym in North Omaha. There was maybe 10 people there. Donnie was there. Gage, Johnny Jackson. And I remember watching him, and he was so charismatic, even in his first match. It was like it just clicked. He knew what to do. He knew how to act. He had it. And then when I started, he was the only reason that I got anywhere. He took me everywhere with him. Sioux City, PCW, Central States Wrestling, IWA Mid-South, all over the place. 3XW. After people saw our matches in PWP in the early days, they were asking him to bring me to these companies so that we could put on our matches. He carried me through every single match. Just like a big brother would. But he beat the hell out of me. And I beat the hell out of him. Because that's the friendship we had. We could trust each other 100% in that ring. There was no question about what we were doing. It was to put on a show, to entertain the people. And he was the best at that. Jaysin Strife was the best at what he did. He was a great friend and a great mentor. But Nate Blodgett was my best friend. I used to get bullied. He always stuck up for me. I used to get bullied for the things I wore. My broken front teeth. He never talked down on me, not once. And I never understood why. But it was because he loved me. And I loved him. And that's all that mattered. Every single memory I have of him will live with me forever. Whether it be Saturday mornings, waking up at his house, getting food and going back downstairs to watch Saturday morning cartoons together, or going to the movies, or cruising around on Broadway in Council Bluffs in his little red Paseo. The wrestling. Anytime I watch wrestling, he will be the first thing I think of. Every time. You know I love you, man. And I miss you. And I'm sorry that I wasn't there more for the last couple years. You always think you have more time. You always think that. And you never really know. But you know that I loved you.
Shut your mouth, all right? I'm busy. Respect my authority. Hey! Come here. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't care. One little hit. I'm fine. Shut up. Who sucks now, moron? Yeah, huh, idiot? Who sucks? I'm the man right here. Put him there. Yeah, think about that, huh, moron? That's called being a smart professional wrestler.
Six. Work.
you got?
I see you do it. Come on.
Jesus Christ, it hits like a little gremlin.
Almost knocked your nipple off.
See why it's such a pile, huh? Yeah! I'm winning! I got an idea. Yep. What's your idea? Don't think too hard.
What is this? Come on. Come, get him in the ring. Try to get him in the ring. Hey, where are you going? In the ring. Come on. Hey, get out of his eye. What?
We're outside the ring.
You want me to DQ this?
I can do whatever I want.
You
We're outside the ring.
cannot do. I can still DQ you.
I don't know the rules and shit. I own a house and an apartment. I don't live with my parents. Get a job!
Got you on the mansion.
Right here! It's a huge mansion.
Is that the right?
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
No, you're not.
Not funny. Stop it.
Strife. Hey. Strife. Come on. That was 2, Strife.
Oh. What do I have to do?
You got to hold him down for 3.
I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. Yeah. Oh. What is that? What's going on?
I have no idea what that is.
Oh! Shut your mouth, you toothless piece of trash! I don't need your applause. Shut your mouth.
Get in the ring.
I'm gonna stop the front side of his ankle. Oh.
Come on, man. Get him down.
Oh.
1. Get him down. 2. Get it down, guys. 3. Come on. Get him down. 4. Come on. Right. Hey. Wait. Hey, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of that content ball, and still Magnum Pro Heavyweight Champion, the HNIC, Jaysin Strife.
when the opportunity arises for us to stand across the ring from one another again, I will gladly sign on the dotted line and do it all over again.
Hey there now, where'd you go? You left me here so unexpected. You changed my life, I hope you know, 'cause now I'm lost, so unprotected. In the blink of an eye, I never got to say goodbye. Like a shooting star, flying across the room, so fast, so far. You were gone too soon, you're part of me, and I'll never be the same here without you. You were gone too soon. You were always there, like a shining light on my darkest days. You were there to guide me. Oh, I miss you now. I wish you could see just how much your memory